was a spectacular turnaround for the New Zealand mixed team in the second test. Combination started to click and they ran over the top of the Aussies in the fourth quarter, setting up a grandstand finish here in Canberra. Do the New Zealand mixed side maintain their dominance in this division, or do the Australians clinch their first Trans-Tasman title since 2018? Good afternoon, everyone. Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai haere mai. Welcome to the deciding test in the nation's capital here at the Australian Institute of Sport. Sam Glazebrook here with the former Australian men's coach, David Mills. David, the first deciding test in a decade in this division. What an occasion we have to start a Super Saturday of netball.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here. Yes, indeed. Look, the Kiwis were incredible last night. Looked like they were gone for all money. We were saying a danger sign for the Kiwis, and that seemed to spark them into action. They came from, as much as 7 down, ended up winning by 5. They were very impressive last night. Can they do it again? Well, there's lots of factors to be taken into, and the biggest factor for both teams is the quick turnaround. Like, we finished about 9 o'clock last night. We're back here 3 o'clock the next day. They talk about loading and all that sort of stuff and recovery. Well, 18 hours, is that enough? Which team's going to be affected the most? Don't know at this stage.
It was a 27-19 second half in favour of the New Zealanders last night, David. Their combination into their big target, Patrick Pillier, just took probably 15-30 minutes to work out. Second half was when it all came together.
Absolutely, particularly in the last quarter. They were patient. They got on the circle. The shooters were, like the female shooters, were taking their time with the shot. They started to get a couple in, which, as you pointed out in commentary, threw a bit of doubt in the Australians' minds, because they were pretty much religiously double-teaming Patrick for the whole match, and then all of a sudden they couldn't, and that's when it sort of changed for the Kiwis, and they got the result in the end.
Amorangi Malasala put in some big shots in the fourth quarter. She starts at goal attack tonight for the New Zealanders. Pat Pillier is the shooter. Kesa Talka is the wing attack. William Tetomo is the centre. Georgia Riley Huaki, the wing defence. Hannah Riddle-Pelchin, the goal defence. Quinton Gerber is at the back in goalkeeper. They are coached by Tanya Anderson. Millsy, if we spin it around for the Aussies, they were very good in the first half last night. Their first quarter in particular was very, very crisp. What do they need to change in order to get their hands on the trophy this evening?
Well, look, for me, and I don't know if it'll happen, but Lockie Carter needs to play a bit more. I know he's got the knee injury. He got that in the second quarter of the first test. I don't know if he's able to play the big minutes that we need him from him tonight. They need to not panic. They really lost their way in that last 7 minutes last night. There was a couple of breaks, offensive breaks, when Australia was in possession of the ball. The back end would come through and break. They need to also, they're playing the zone really well. Probably the best I've seen an Australian team in a long time play the zone, and it's working well for them. But when New Zealand got the lead and they're just chucking the ball around, doing what I call Sydney Swift netball and just taking their time with it, you know what I mean, and just passing it back, Australia stayed in the zone and didn't switch to the one-on-one. So if that happens tonight, they have to almost immediately go straight to one-on-one so that they can, create some turnovers and things like that, to get themselves back in the game if it happens.
They only scored 3 goals in the last 6.5 minutes last night, so if they will be looking to turn that scoreboard over and try and keep up with the intensity of the New Zealand side. This afternoon, the Australians name a relatively unchanged lineup. Christina Bryce, the goal shooter. Nathan Jermack, the goal attack. Rebecca Tahani, the wing attack. Eugene Lee in the centre. Bethany Lane gets the start tonight at wing defence. Jordan Vivian, the goal defence. Ben Hamer also start tonight at the back. Millsy, that attacking end of Bryce and Jermack looks superb in that first quarter, but it started to fall apart in the second half a little bit. What adjustments do you think they may need to make this evening?
Well, they've got to keep backing themselves, because there was a little bit of doubt crept into their shot towards the end of that game, and as you said, they only scored 3 in the last part of that test match. So they need to keep the confidence up. Like, shooting-wise, they were 83%. 83% for the game, and that's not terrible. Sorry, 81% for the test match. That's not too bad. 77 in the first, so they've been getting better. But see, the trouble is that at the other end, Patrick Pillier got 49 out of 51, so he's shooting at 96 himself. So that makes it a little bit harder. They've just got to maintain the belief. They've got to maintain what they think is the right way to play and just continue to do it.
The crowd is building nicely here in Canberra for a tantalising battle between the two Trans-Tasman rivals. We're now going to hand you over to MC Luke Coombe for the introduction of both sides and the anthem.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the AIS. Are we ready to have a wonderful afternoon with some high-intensity netball? We have the luxury of having the first decider in 10 years, and it is my pleasure to welcome on the New Zealand mixed team. Starting with, at goal shooter, Patrick Pillier. In goal attack, Amarangi Malasala. Wing attack, Kesatalka. Centre, Will Totomo. Wing defence, Georgia Raleigh Hockey. Goal defence, Hannah Riddle-Pelchin. Goal kicker, Quinton Gerber. Substitutions are Danielle Depop, Jordan Hickey, Luke Hewitt, Maya Hale, Tehe Tamaiki. Coached by Tanya Anderson, manager Murray Gardner, and physio Alicia Chalkin. Time for your Australian mixed team in goal shooter Christina Bryce. Goal attack Nathan Wetman. Wing attack Rebecca Charlie. Centre Eugene Lee. Wing defence Stephanie Lane. Goal defence Jordan Vivian. And your goalkeeper Ben Hamer. Our substitutions are Caleb Bondham, Lachlan Carter, Aaron Clayton, Ella Fitzgerald, Laura Janor, and Emily Nesbitt. Coached by Tracy Jean Fraser, assistant coach Kerry Ann Farrelly, manager Emily Fay, physio Lyndon Evans, and statistician Ian Thomas. I would now like to invite all those that are willing and able to please rise for the national anthems, starting with New Zealand. Please stay standing for the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. With golden soil and wealth of toil, our home is girt by the sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage of us Australia fair. Give joyful strains and let us sing of us Australia
As the teams shake hands, I will introduce you to our umpires. We have Adele Kozak, Zach Middleton, and the reserve is Rachel Thomas.
will be the Kelpies, the Australian mixed side running to the left of your screen in the green. Will be the New Zealanders in the light blue and the black. Eugene Lee works things onto circle edge with Rebecca Tahani. Bryce with the open up. They try and go over Quinton Gerber. That's always going to be a tough task. Goal scoring will be crucial for the Australians early.
This is the key here. They've got to be nice and clean in the circle. Don't give away any easy contacts just like that one there, because the Australians would make them pay.
Germack rolls his first one in of the afternoon. And an errant pass from Tetomo will give the Australians a chance to go back to back. Jordan Vivian with her first touch. Lee into the pocket. He's got Germack on the sweep. Falling out of court. Athletic work from the two Australian men. Tahani over the top. Umpire Middleton's going to say she copped a nudge from Tetomo. Germack going to go short. Germack there. Lee's going to try and go over the top. Bryce takes it. She's going to uncork her first one of the afternoon. Long the first time. Finds the mark on the second. The Aussies go bang-bang out of the blocks.
Nice and steady. Nothing flash from the Australians, just getting in the right position for the easy shot.
Lane to Vivian. Tahani deep into the pocket. Gerber hits the deck. Bryce goes back to back.
They're looking good, the Australians, aren't they? They look very settled. Nerves haven't got them in any way, shape or form.
New Zealand haven't really had a chance to get down their attacking end yet. An obstruction from Eugene Lee will release some of the pressure. A 1-2 with Malasala. You can see Vivian and Ben Hamer trying to do the dance on Patrick Pillier. Malasala thought about it. No. Inches in a little closer. She's certainly got the range. Malasala draws the obstruction on Hamer.
Double obstruction there. Better off, if they're going to defend the shot, they've got to be good distance, because we know she's got range, so giving her easy opportunity will just mean she'll pass off to Patrick every time.
First one down for New Zealand. An obstruction there by Malasala. Do you think it will also give them confidence, David, the New Zealanders, the fact they came back last night? So if there is a bit of a deficit, if it's 5 or 6, there won't be any panic in the New Zealand camp.
Well, absolutely, and I wrote down some things about what they need to do better, and they needed to start better, but unfortunately they go straight down to 3-0, you know what I mean? So their starts are the worry. Finishing the quarters and the start of each quarter is a worry for them. If they can be at parity at the breaks, then you'll find that they will back themselves in the last quarter.
Gerber just a step too slow around the corner. This will leave Bryson Riddle Pelchin in a one-on-one. Twisting, turning, corkscrewing move there from Christina Bryce.
I'm really confused. The Kiwis have got the male defender at goalkeeper, yet he's on the Australian goal attack. Like they've created the mismatch, but they're not working the mismatch, if that makes any sort of sense. So males will put male on male, female on female at the moment.
Malasala, there was a hand there from Germack. The Aussies have come out of the block strongly here. Lee swings things across now. Germack will back this one up. He'll go over Gerber. 5 of the first 6 to the Australians.
Perfect start. Like, they've just come out. They've just taken the wind out of the Kiwi sails, because they would have had momentum going into this game.
Lee. Germack. Discipline as well, just releasing the pressure valve at the moment are the New Zealanders. Bryce again has been in good form so far. That one is long. Those 50-50 balls must go to hand for New Zealand.
Yeah, she finally missed one and they couldn't get the rebound. So.
Umpire Zach Middleton being very clear with William Tetomo at that point.
Doesn't need any help, he reckons, so that's good.
Germack with the bounce pass. Bryce on the reload. Nestles in the bottom of the net.
New Zealand, like, it's very static at the moment, isn't it? Like, there's not much flow happening from them all. They're getting tunnel vision. I thought there was going to be a hell ball, but obstruction in from Lane.
They haven't had a chance to get anything onto circle edge. They try and go into Pillier. Tetomo's going to try and keep it in. It was a contact call against Ben Hamer. They're going to go short here and draw the obstruction on Vivian. Malasala will roll her first one in of the afternoon.
The Australians are almost letting Malasala have the ball in that circle, because they want her to take the shots.
Lane. Who's Jermack? The stop and pop. What elevation from the goal attack.
Yeah, they've got to get this sorted out because both defenders were on the one player there and Jermack was by himself all alone.
Be interesting to see how long before Tamaraki makes an appearance. We see a great pass into Pillier. Riley Huaki turned as soon as she'd let it go. He was excellent, Tamaraki, in the last 5 minutes last night.
Absolutely. He took control of the game in the offensive end for the Kiwis, along with Malasala. They were both superb. Played very smart netball. Ultimately, that's what got them the win.
Jermack going to swing things to the top. That's a crisp triangle from the Australians.
So the height of Gerber is not really worrying the Australians at all. They're sort of playing around him, you know what I mean? And he's because he's such a big lad, he takes a bit of time to get going with his movement of his feet. So that's the Australians, sort of, particularly for Jermack, who's super fast.
A long release to Tetomo. Is he going to let it go into Pillier? No. Talca, top of the circle, going to go short. One-on-one between Hamer and Pillier. That time the placement was accurate.
So Kiwis are just starting to find their rhythm. It's still a bit patchy, but it's getting there. It's come off Australia last there. Oh, that's a very interesting call. Definitely came off Australia last there. And there's the make-up call. Straight away.
Quinton Gerber to take possession. Riley Huaki. So the Australians going into their characteristic zone. Will it deliver results? Tetomo tries to keep it in. No.
Unfortunately for her, Tetomo, Pelchin got in the way there.
Lee swings things across. Over the back space to Christina Bryce. That was a clean block from Gerber. He's got the contact to follow up. Gerber starting to be able to use that height to great effect.
Ooh.
Eugene Lee and Georgia Riley Huaki just sizing each other up. Wow, what a tip from Germack. The layup. And he's pushed it long.
He has.
His eyes lit up.
So they're playing this high zone again. Now the Kiwis are drifting forward. That's probably the worst thing they could do. It's just going to clog it.
Tetomo thought about it. He's going to give it to Pillier. Ben Hamer rises to the top.
Second guessed himself there. Should have gone the first time.
Hamer's first tip of the afternoon. The Aussies are going to come down court again. Gerber that time sets up the hole, but Jermack able to go over the top.
Had two opportunities there to convert the turnover. They failed on both occasions there, the New Zealand side.
Break there, I believe it was by Lane. That'll take things to the tracking transverse for the New Zealanders. Tetomo. Pillier's giving him the nod. Now Malasala gives it to him.
Yeah, probably could have, Pillier was set there and he had his body the right way. He probably could have gone in one pass earlier than that. And a break. Australia again, they've had a bit of that this week, the breaks. They're just a bit too keen for the ball.
Tetomo's going to go short. Riley Huaki directing traffic in the centre third. Almost stuck for options. Riddle Pelchin.
Tahini there with the slap for the ball.
Pyra Del Kozak being very clear with where she wants the offending player.
The Australians being a little bit niggly and pushy here. As Hamer hits the deck pretty hard. He gets up now.
Back-to-back goals for the New Zealanders.
Back to 3.
Here is Tetomo. Sights Pillier. Elects to go short to Malasala. Jordan Vivian playing off, playing on, trying to confuse the space. Now Hamer's got a one-on-one position. That was an excellent adjustment, though, from Pillier.
Front cut from Patrick Pillier. My goodness. And we've got a change. Gerber's coming off.
Tamaraki about to come on.
He was brilliant in the last 7 minutes last night. got some crucial intercepts.
If he can maintain his discipline, he will be very effective down there for New Zealand. Excellent pass from Tahani, just waited for things to open up.
And immediately, missed shot, but he gives away an obstruction. That's what we were talking about last night. He's got to get that out of his game because he's quite a great defender.
Tulka. Malasala. They're showing a bit of patience in New Zealand rather than just bombing it in. Excellent cross pass. The 1-2 from Tetomo. Eugene Lee was right on his shoulder.
They're just slightly off in their passing, as in they're trying to be too cautious, and they're not doing the first they're not seeing the first option and letting it go.
It's probably something that they spoke about last night about not just launching it into Pat, but that doesn't mean that you pass up a good opportunity.
You should coach, brother. You're all over that.
Jermac, he's going to try and air one out. What a pass!
It's frustrating to watch in there at times, isn't it, that circle? Like, where was the keeper there? Like, Tamaraki was nowhere near to be near the ball or anything. He was just caught in no man's land.
Hamer left with a 2-on-1 in the circle here. Malasala's going to give it up. Likes to swing things back to Tulka. Malasala again, the front hold. Pillier with that characteristic one-hand grab. It's an obstruction call. Note they're going to set things, I believe, outside the circle. It is Tetomo with the ball.
Benny Hamer is trying to move Patrick Pillier.
That'll be no mean feat.
No.
Malasala's going to let one go. Bang!
From range, low percentage netball comes off from this time.
We're back to 2 with 3.5 to go here in the first quarter. It's been a ripping series to watch so far. Tahani brilliant. Heard the footsteps of Tamaraki coming. Bryce lets it go. And the big goalkeeper is going to take the throw in.
See, that was great play by him. Oh, that was close. Jermac from nowhere.
The crowd was like they were at a theatre then watching a dramatic moment. There was a big gasp. Tulka goes straight in. He's got to be careful, Ben Hamer, that in his quest to try and move Pillier, he doesn't get too low to get more power, because he's got to be able to get up for those contests, which he's very capable of. Tulka, short to Riley Huaki. They've put this wall on again here, the Australians, trying to navigate through.
They're doing well, the Australians, with their defence, but they just give away obstruction every so often. Like, like that Tahini there was great. Just didn't need to give that final obstruction away. It just released. It was like a pressure valve release. And that's what happens.
They've scored the last 3, New Zealand. We are back to 11 apiece. The Australians again flew out of the blocks, but they've found their feet here, the Kiwis. Lee, Jermac running things around. Now Bryce. The one thing that Tamaraki has done, Dave, is he's forced Bryce higher in the circle and forcing her to put it up from range.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's come from, like, most of the time he stayed on his opponent, whereas when Gerber was out there, they were getting caught. The defenders were 2-on-1 quite often. You go.
I was going to say, something we haven't seen from the Australians is Bryce setting a lot of screens, which she did in the first quarter last night. What a win from Bethany Lane.
Yeah, you're right. There hasn't been the same amount of screen, and that's a footwork call.
I saw Vivian just keel over in frustration there. She knew she gave that away.
So, we're going to... I think the umpires are going to have to take a bit of control here. The Australians are on every play almost contesting the ball. Oh, that is magnificent. Put that down to the goal attack there, Mela Lasala. She drove through the circle, never had any intention of getting the ball, took a defender with, and that just opened up so easily for Patrick Pillier.
60 seconds to go.
Beautiful play.
12 apiece. We knew this was going to be a good one. Lee to Tahani. Straight up the middle, Jermac the 1-2. This is the option which they will have, the Australians. If Jermac can start to use his speed on Riddle Pelchin.
Yeah, that's the mismatch. So if he can drive into that space and Tamaraki stays on Bryce, which he's been doing a lot better in this game. So yeah, that's where the Aussies could take control in that circle.
Riley Huaki, Malalasala. Tetomo onto circle edge. Now he airs things out to Pillier. Great control there from the big man. 22 seconds. Execution will be on display here from the Australians. Jermack swings things across. That's long to Eugene Lee, too long. Can the New Zealanders go length of the court in 14 seconds? You know it's going to go into Pilier. Here's Tamaraki. Talka. A hand there. Malalasala sights her big shooter. Hamer came around the corner. No. Are they going to beat the clock? Yes, they will. Whoa. 14 plays 13 at quarter time in favour of the New Zealanders.
What a great last 14 seconds. They played that ridiculously perfectly with coolness. They brought it down the side. They looked in, they looked at the clock, got the pass in, and well, Patrick did the rest.
Smiles all round there from the New Zealanders.
What a great first quarter. What do you make of that? I'd say that it was just great play. Both teams came to play Australia out of the blocks quick, as they always are. I think they led 6-1. And then the Kiwis just did what they did last night, chipping away. Eventually they found their path to Patrick Pilier, which is the key to the game. And Bob's your uncle. He's not letting anyone down. I don't think he's missed a shot yet. So he's picked up where he left off last night, where he got 49 out of 51.
Do you think the Australians will go back to that starting attacking setup as we saw last night, where Bryce is going to set more screens, try and actually get Jermack to run Riddle-Pelchin into her and try and lose them on the switch?
Well, I think that's what has to happen, yeah. We'll see if there's any changes at the break, but you kind of think that they've got to start making some inroads in that circle there. Bryce is being well contained by Tamaraki. In the first part, she wasn't. Gerber was getting a bit lost, but Tamaraki's come on. He's playing much better than he did last night, and he's sort of he's thrown some doubt in the mind. Like, there was a couple there where she would just normally shoot, but she kicked it back out, and that's because of his presence in there. So yeah, you're right. If they can make that speed option where Jermack comes in, well, that's where they could actually get some advantage.
So far from Australia, some effective shooting, 13 from 17, but a perfect 14 of 14 at 100% for the New Zealanders. That is going to be a thorn in the Australian side all afternoon.
Absolutely, and I got no answers really. It's easy. You have to almost get away from the fact that it's all about Patrick. You've got to say, all right, he's going to score 50. Right, what are we going to do to score 55? That's kind of how you got to treat it. If he doesn't score 50, well, then we're going to have a good day. But basically, you accept that that's what's going to happen. That's what he's paid to do. That's why he's here, and you just have to work out what other ways to get your 55 goals to win the match.
It's interesting you speak about how the tenor of the series has changed with the introduction of Pilier. 88 goals scored total in Game 1, 101 scored in Game 2, so it's become a faster, more flowing game. Is that inhibiting the Australians' sort of defensive strategy, which is to put a lot of pressure in that zone and turn it almost into a real rock fight?
Well, it's not a bad tactic. They're playing a high zone. They're trying to catch the ball a long way from Patrick. So they're trying to get, if they do get through the zone, then it sort of makes it a little bit easier for New Zealand. But at the moment, the high zone is actually slowing it down, giving the keepers, and in this case it's Hamer. He's had an opportunity to come around and have a crack at a few. Unfortunately, he just hasn't got the size that Patrick's got. So
Amarangi Malalasala at goal attack has been superb for the Kiwis to start this one.
I thought she was great last night as well. She played a lot at wing attack as well, and then they moved her into the circle. So yeah, I think she's been very solid, and she seems to be the general at times, along with Tomo, but she's doing a great job.
Here we go again, quarter 2. No change from either side. Ben Hamer starts his quarter off with a bang, comes round the corner.
Well, that time Hamer was actually not on the body. He'd come off the body, so that's probably not a bad tactic to have a crack at a few.
Lee, you can see the New Zealanders playing a bit of a box defence, trying to keep them off circle edge. How will they crack it? Jermack's going to come around the corner. Lane and Tahani are playing a 1-2. Lee's going to pop out to the side there. Tamaraki a long way from home. An excellent sight there from Eugene Lee. Saw Tamaraki had come a long way out of the circle. Bryce, the tallest person in there.
Yeah, again, they switch, and I don't know why they're doing that. If they're going to switch, change positions.
Tahani, short to Lee.
I think the biggest thing for the Australians is when they're going to make a change at some stage. I imagine Emily Nesbitt will come on. She's been superb for the first 2 games, so whether they're just trying to save a few legs from her.
Lee top circle, short to Jermack. He's going to let one go from mid-range. He can shoot them like that. What elevation from the goal attack.
Yeah, that was great rebounding. He had no right to get that. He was last man in and still managed to get up and over everyone.
Back-to-back goals for the Australians to start the quarter.
Could be a seesawing scoreline.
This just the first game of what will be a fabulous Super Saturday of netball here at the AIS in Canberra. At 5 p.m. you'll see the under-23s conclude their series. And then at 7:30, the Kelpies and the Net Blacks are in town. And we have a full house here at AIS Arena to watch them on. Jermack swings things back across to Tahani. He's so quick. What repositioning from the goal attack.
Yeah, you mentioned that in your call. You've said it twice now. That's exactly the play where Jermack's going to use his speed to get in there. He may take majority of the shots in this quarter, you know, by playing that tactic that you mentioned.
Malalasala. See Pillier trying to contend with Hamer, looks him off.
He seems very relaxed, Pat. He's got ice going through the veins. Nothing seems to faze him.
When you're 7'2" in day-to-day life,
right.
I don't know how many things do faze you.
That's a good point.
Maybe airline economy seats. Jermack's going to back this one up. Going to go over Tamaraki.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. Because Tamaraki did everything right there. He waited, he paused. The jump was the right time. It was just a lovely shot.
Australians trying to apply the blowtorch. Again. Talca going to go in. Hamer was right there on the shoulder.
He's riding him like a pony there. Smiles all around in the circle.
Malalasala, her second one.
That's a lot of confidence in that shot because Patrick had set up the other way. So if that had missed, the chances are Patrick wouldn't have got the rebound. So big confidence there to go to the hoop.
Just gets a little too keen there with the defensive pressure. It'll be Vivian to take the pass. Lane. Looked into Bryce, has to send things back to Vivian. Riley Huaki. He's going to go short. Excellent placement to Germack from long range. Going to go short. Again, there's the tip. Who gets to it first? It's Tamaraki. Tahani with the hand. Wins the battle. What strength from the wing attack.
But again, unnecessary pass. You know, all he had to do was pause, and then, you know, he would have just got a nice, easy pass away. But went for the more glory pass, and then it got picked off.
Bryce on the reset.
Oh, that one hurts. That really hurts. That should have been a goal the other way. So.
Kelpies put their noses, Australian mixed side put their noses back in front.
They used to be called the Sonics. Have they lost that name, the mixed team as well? Or?
They've got a very fresh green and gold strip. Jordan Vivian, can she keep it in? Yes, she can.
Beautifully done. And Lane backed her up beautifully.
Great work from the Australians. Scrapping, winning those 50-50 balls. Jermack.
That was lovely.
And Bryce to put the exclamation point on it.
And again, another obstruction. It's getting loose in there again. This is what can happen in that defensive Kiwi circle. They can just give away so much easy ball. That's 2 turnovers really costly there.
Tahani.
You mentioned if Bryce was going to set some screens. She's actually started doing a few in this quarter, which is really giving the space for Jermack.
There are a few people in the game that can keep up with Nathan Jermack, so they will try and use his speed and his shooting prowess.
I don't think Usain Bolt can keep up with Jermack. He's very, very quick.
They've scored 5 of the last 7, the Australians, to retake a 3-goal lead.
And New Zealand haven't scored since they did that really bad turnover with the bad pass. They're the little trigger points that can just change momentum like that with a click of a finger.
Contact on Hamer. Malalasala, she's been shooting effectively. Going to go to Pillier. They will look for the refeed. Malalasala wants to get on with things, but she'll be forced to take the extra pass. Pillier.
Just stepped in there.
Nice and easy.
His steps are a normal man's 4 steps.
Lane goes to Lee. Excellent split circle there from the Australians. Now Jermak at the post. They'll take, I think they would have taken that easy shot under the rim, but Jermak will let it go and convert.
Yeah. Tamaraki's getting a bit disillusioned. He's walking around now. He's off, his head's not in the game.
8-4 this quarter to the green and gold. New Zealand, we know they are capable of responding, particularly when you've got a big attacking weapon like that in Pat Pillier.
Well, Pat missed one there, but he got his own rebound. And yeah, you're right. Australia have lost the last quarters in both Test matches. Lost last nights by 7, and they lost the other one by 2. So New Zealand will be confident if they can be in cooey distance that they can run them down the last quarter.
That was Pillier's first miss of the game. He was a perfect 15 of 15 to that point. It's a contact there on Riddle-Pelchin. Jermak, that one's long. Tamaraki's only too happy to oblige.
That was a nice big rebound.
Powerful work from the New Zealander, and I believe Tahani's going to get a talking to here. Yes, they're going to bring it up for intentional obstruction. Jordan Vivian gets a fingernail to it. Malalasala's going to let it go.
Bounce cross-court bounce pass. There's no weaker pass in netball than that one.
It's a New Zealand goal nonetheless. Here is the reply that we were expecting. This centre to tie us up again. Malalasala. Pillier with a big front presentation. She's capable of hitting these. Malalasala for the tie. Off the rim. Tries to keep it in. Pillier does keep it in. Talca was able to clean up the crumbs. Malalasala on the reload.
Hamer crashed into the post there. He thought he was going to get a call, but didn't. Tied up, my friend. Will you see some changes? What are you thinking, Sam? Do you think there'll be some changes?
When it works for the Australians, it works really well. It's just that they switch off for 2 or 3 minutes and allow the New Zealanders back into it. That being said, I'm talking as if the Australians are letting them do it. New Zealand are also playing some fantastic sets down this attacking end, and defensively, when their pressure is correct and accurate, it's very effective.
You're 100% correct, my friend. You should be coaching, I swear. You think like a coach.
Tetomo, the obstruction on Eugene Lee. Pillier wants the layup. No, they're going to say it's on the edge of the circle. Hamer will reset. Vivian's trying to keep Malalasala high. Excellent work there from Hamer attacking the pass.
I thought she had that. Looked clean from my angle.
There's oohs and ahs from the crowd. Every pass being watched closely. Malalasala to let another one go.
Again, that's risky business. When Patrick's set away from the ring as he was there, you've got to pass it to him because he will not get the rebound if they miss the shot.
Vivian goes to Tahani. Jermak. What a ball from Nathan Jermak. Faked to Lee. Tamaraki leaned off, and that was all the space he needed.
He's got a certain look on his face today, Jermak. He really wants this one. You can just tell he is very dialed in, as they say.
Pillier gives things up to Malalasala. She's trying to see William Tetomo over Pat Pillier. That's going to be challenging.
Yeah. Could see his shadow. That's about it.
Pillier and Hamer will do the do-si-do in the circle. Malalasala thought about it. Does give it to Pillier.
Well, we're all tied up again, so the Kiwis have fought back. They just will not let this game get away from them today.
10-9 in favour of the Australians this quarter. Lee stepped on. He was almost out of options. Had to use every bit of experience there. Jermak into Bryce. Sighted it. But it doesn't go.
Hannah Riddle-Pelchin there just dropped off at the last minute. It was open, and then she's just dropped the body back, and that just shut the pass down like it was the space that was there disappeared.
Now the Australians will try and apply the blowtorch. New Zealand working through a forest of green and gold. Tetomo. Back to Riley Huaki. Now Malalasala. Looking for the refeed. Going to swing things across. Eugene Lee ends the contact wins the contact from Te Tomo, out-positioned him on circle edge.
He did indeed. That was a very smart play. That's the experienced 13 Test Kelpie.
Lane to Jermac. Swings things across. They wait for the open up. Lee just indicating to Jermac to back it up. Again, the elevation. Lee and Jermac almost didn't communicate. They said, you know you. The stop and pop, the obstruction will ensure that Jermac has the shot, just sizing up opportunities. He's going to let it go. It's long. A heavy collision between Tamaraki and Bryce.
Tamaraki needs to get more aggressive for the ball. He should out-jump Bryce every time and get two hands to it. He just went with one hand there and she took it off him. Got to want the ball.
Malolasala. Te Tomo almost out of options, just has to hoist in hope.
Not a bad option.
Pretty hopeful option there. 3 minutes to go before halftime. We're at 24 apiece.
Ooh. Tabaraki, he's not happy about the call. I think he's right. He came through and then knocked it into Jermac.
But one thing he did very well there, didn't give away a contact. Very easy to come barreling out of the circle and leave your goal defense with a 2-on-1 in the circle.
Oh, I hope his head's in it here, because Jermac's just gone off his shot a little bit. This is where he needs to be really disciplined in that circle. He'll get some ball if he stays disciplined. If he keeps giving away penalties like that, that'll get him back into form. Momentum. Oh.
No changes so far from either side. It's going to be a question of who breaks first. That may be a moment there for the New Zealanders. Te Tomo unable to execute that centre pass. Tahani. Lee and Te Tomo getting tangled up again. Lee with the ball now. You heard the oh sorry from Riddle Pelch, and she knew she gave that one up. Trying to catch up with Germac. He's so effective, not only with his acceleration, but the ability to hit the brakes and let the defender fly right by.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened there. And they took the pass before Tamanaki was able to recover, and Bryce got the goal.
26 plays 24. Aussies with a chance to surge as we head into halftime. Tahani. Now is Lee. Jermac came around the corner. Backing things up. Just steadied a little bit here, have the Aussies.
Absolutely. So that was a nice period of 3 goals there that they've just scored, and they put it back out to 3.
Malolasala goes to Riddle Pelch, and there's 90 seconds left here in this first half. They're really turning up the defensive pressure here, so they go to the big release. Pellier with the take, the reverse pivot, and the goal. Both sides today, David, in high form. This has been brilliant netball.
Oh, absolutely,
here in the first half.
it is. And the defence has been very willing at best. You know, they're really working hard in there, trying to get every opportunity for their side. So, yeah, you can't fault any of the play, really.
Jermac to take the short one. There's 37 seconds to go. Clock management may now start to come into it for the New Zealanders.
Yeah,
Can they force the Australians to take one more centre?
They want to get this with about 10 to go, and that's the ideal. And instead, they've thrown it away. So now they've got an opportunity to actually let in 2. So if Australia score a quick one here, no, it doesn't look like they want to. They want to just use the clock up here.
Because it means they will take the centre out into half-time as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's look at their execution. Jermac. Back to Vivian. 11 seconds to go. Tahani. Beautiful screen from Bryce. The pass from Tahani was superb. Yeah. It brings the Australian bench to their feet. That is half-time in the deciding test between the mixed sides of Australia and New Zealand. 29 plays 25 in favour of the green and gold as we head into halftime. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. This will be a brilliant second half. But David, we just know there's still plenty of chapters to be written in this one.
Absolutely, 16-11 the Aussies after being one down at quarter time. They fought back really, really well in that one. No changes to the Australian side, lots of changes to the New Zealanders.
Yes, Georgia Riley Huaki has gone into goal defence. Danny Depoff has gone into wing defence. Jordan Higgy, well, we were told that he was going to be in the centre, but Tetomo appears to have stayed there. Amarangi Malalasala has gone into wing attack, and Maya Hill is in at goal attack. So trying to ring the changes. Quinton Gerber is also now at the back for the New Zealanders as the Aussies score their first one.
Yeah, be interesting to see how these changes work, because that's a lot of changes. That's like half a team.
And particularly when they weren't miles away in that second quarter there, David.
Yeah, but they did lose it, and they lost it towards the end of the quarter. Like, they fought back, and then they lost it, and now, turnover here.
We had a pile-up in the centre of the court. A three-way collision. It has gone the way of the New Zealanders. Here is Depoff with her first touch. Malalasala have to swing things back to Riley Huaki.
Probably a bit of sweat on the floor there where that pile-up occurred.
Totomo again just hoists straight in. New Zealand is looking to score back-to-back goals. I believe we're going to now get a towel in order to clean up that mess.
These towels frustrate me. Why can't we buy a mop? Sabco Supermop, right? They're $9 at Bunnings.
Some of our ACT juniors down here as well. The support from Canberra has been fantastic in hosting this Trans-Tasman series. Local boy Denzel Costa will be taking the court in the 23s.
Yeah, it's good to see. ACT, as a state, are growing well. Like, they've got extra teams coming to Nationals in 2025. Like, they're doing a great job. Tamara Weatherburn and her crew down there.
Griffins on the march here in Canberra. Hill, now she's going to let one go. A flatter effort. Pillier's going to tip it, let it bounce, and go through, and do it in a test match.
Smart move, that. He just batted that down to himself. That was really nice play by Patrick. I think he does some things that we just expect him to do. We don't appreciate the skill that he's bringing to the game because he's a big unit.
Bryce. There is Jermack. He's going to actually let this one go from mid-range. Stops on the back of the rim and drops. That'll give you some confidence to see that one go through.
Yeah, he just lost his way for a little bit there, but he's back into it now. So, this is a long, long ball.
Wow. Pillier, the balance, hangs it on the rim, draws the contact from Hamer.
Just got his hands there. Hamer did a pretty good job. But just clipped the hands on the way through.
Jermack, Lee does well to take away the distance, does Eugene Lee on the land. Forces players to back up. A high arcing shot from Jermack.
Jermack was great there. Like, when he first went in the circle, he was right on the edge, and he got himself just a metre or so off the post, just by sheer fast movement. And then New Zealanders couldn't respond. There he is again.
Malasala, there's it. There's the effort. It's gone off the foot of Gerber. Who's going to get to it first? It was Bryce who was offside. He looks a little ginger getting up from that one. Jermack, his athleticism is incredible. Tetomo.
His elevation's the thing that's impressed me. Like, he seems to have gone to another level today. Some of those rebounds he was getting on the missed shots are incredible. As high as I've ever seen anyone jump.
Hill's going to go short here again. Tetomo. Now it's going to be a contact at the top of the circle with Malalasala now taking the pass.
Again, smart play by Hill there, wasn't it? Like, she just came to the top. We all thought she was going to get it, but no, just drew the defence and then kicked it over to Patrick. Ooh.
Jermack just floats things into the pocket for Lee. They've got to set back to Lane. The New Zealand defence, the addition of Riley Huaki has just got those feet moving a little bit in the circle. Jermack just waiting for Gerber to come down.
He did a good job there, Gerber. He just went early. Just needs to count more, jump on the three rather than going. He probably went on sort of like two there. Like, he just needs to count it out. We could touch the ball here, buddy. Nice work. I'll take it back. You should play.
Riley Huaki draws the obstruction, but they're going to move things to circle edge. I believe it was Lane the culprit. Interesting. We spoke yesterday about the New Zealand discipline letting them down. The Australians attracting a lot of whistle today in the third test.
Yeah, they really are. But I think that's just the style of defence they're playing. They're going hard for everything. They don't want the easy feed into Pillier. So they're playing a little bit more aggressively, particularly in the mid-third. Like, if you give away a foul in the mid-third, it's not as crucial as in the circle, you know what I mean? And that still gives your defenders time to set up on the massive unit that is Patrick Pillier.
Jermack, I believe that was an early pass to Tahani.
Yeah.
Excellent pass from Tahani herself. Saw that Gerber's eyes were down, placed it beautifully. Bryce is able to finish it off.
It could have gone either way, that one.
Aussies have just steadied the ship after an early New Zealand surge to start the third quarter. We are back at 3 goals. Pillier a long way from home. The refeed from Malalasala.
I'm surprised they're not calling both the Australians are doing it, just waving their arms around like just with no intent for the ball. They're basically just trying to create confusion. I'm surprised they're not pinged that for obstruction.
See Bryce there with the front hold. Be interesting to see if Jermack shoots this. He's been confident this quarter. The obstruction from Gerber will make life a lot easier.
I don't know how many times I can say it, but you can't just keep giving away that easy obstruction in the circle. Australia will take advantage of it every time. I don't think they've missed a shot on an easy obstruction like that.
There's Ben Hamer's moment. Can he keep it in? No. Probably his cleanest contest for a while. He came round the corner well.
Got two hands to it, just couldn't pull it. He nearly got that one too. That was very close. And here comes the substitutions. Lee's coming off.
Eugene Lee coming off. Barton coming on.
And the captaincy armband goes to Ben Hamer.
Jermack. Again, Tahani. Now, an intentional obstruction, I'm going to say it's going to be taken in the circle. I believe that was against Depov there, the culprit. They brought it all the way under the post. Jermack hangs it on the rim.
Again, they should have at least got a hand to that rebound. Like, there's such a height differential there. The skipper needs to at least do better in there. Even if it's just a hand, let's see where it ends up.
Malalasala sights a big shooter. Pillier wants it to just get on with things, but it was a contact outside the circle. You can see Hill as well doing a lot of work to body Vivian and create that one-on-one contest with Hamer and Pillier.
Absolutely. With Lee coming off, I reckon he's just freshening up. They might move him to GA because that's been a change that has happened throughout this week. As Australia turn it over there, Jermack and Tahini got in each other's way.
Depov, Hill, turn, sight, release. Hamer's got it though.
Front position, he got it. I think Pillier thought he had it with two hands, but umpires disagreed.
The Australian fans decked out in their green and gold leis. They making their voices heard. Tahini. Here is Barton, wants to get on with things quickly. Oh, Riley Huaki and Jermack. They were going to play Twister on the floor. Jermack gets to it first. Now the drop-off pass to Bryce.
Oh, again. Another obstruction in there. I guess. Get your distance.
Malalasala.
Don't forget, if the Kiwis are close, they have won both of the last quarters in the first two test matches. So,
Tomo.
yeah, sorry, I cut you off there. They'll just be trying to get it to nearly parity at the break.
Well, the gap is currently 2. 37 plays 35 with 6:40 on the clock here in the third quarter. Jermack, Barton and Depov have a contest.
Oh.
Depov again thought she had that one.
I thought she had that one. It looked pretty good from here.
She's out of play. There's a sandwich of blue, green and gold in that goal circle. They swing the triangle superbly, the Australian. Jermack is able to cap things off.
think he's taking himself off here.
It looks like Luke Hewitt is going to go in to goalkeeper. We have not seen this.
Didn't play there in the first 2 tests. I thought it might be time for Tamariki to come back on. My goodness, he makes that look easy.
Pellier just rolling things in. You wonder whether they want somebody who's going to be able to move their feet more and not give away so much whistle.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you've nailed it on the head there. Like, because she'll continue to keep trying to hold these screens. Because Christina Bryce had trouble with that word there. And they get a turnover.
There was a miscommunication from the Australians. Dep off. Here is Hewitt with his first touch. Malalasala. Hill thought about it. Now goes to Malalasala again. They're working at the top of this circle quite effectively and almost using Pellier as their first access into that circle before sort of setting up camp down there.
Well, absolutely. He's holding himself very high, which he normally doesn't do. But casting my mind back when they won the premiership a couple of years ago, the New South Wales mixed team, he did that a lot. Working with the speedy wing attacks, he would just set himself high and then they'd feed it in.
Centre here to tie the game. Hill's going to let it go. Needs a tip at it, does Pellier. We are all together again. 38 apiece.
Australia just going a little bit flat in the mid-third here. They needed some fresh legs out there, I reckon.
Tahini to Jermack.
Ooh, that's a nice pass.
This is the other issue the Australians had in the second test, was that their scoring end dried up as well. If they can keep this scoreboard turning over, they will be able to keep parity with the New Zealanders. Tetomo, big arms from the Australians. Going back to Hewitt, being patient in the centre third. Malalasala, short to Depoff. Hill sights Pellier, doesn't want it. The noise from the Australians is incredible. Riley Huaki lets it go all the way. Pellier to lay it in, does a lap, regathers. The body control there from Pellier.
How can you do that? That's just not fair. That ball was going out, you stick the big mid out, it landed in, and he just put it back. That was magnificent play.
An obstruction from Depoff here. A double dodge from Barden. Hewitt's got it. Does he? Did Barden win it first? What back from the Australian goes on quickly. Bryce to cap things off.
He just wanted it more. He chased it down and wanted it more. Oh, that's just disappointing for the Kiwis. They looked at the ball there.
Those are the efforts that win you test series.
Yep, if they win by one, that's it.
A 50-50 battle. Great pass again from Malalasala.
The scary thing is it's getting easier for Patrick Pellier at the moment. He is certainly starting to find his own.
Jermack. Here is Lane. Barden. Oh, Jermack tries to go long. What a take from Christina Bryce.
That was good, wasn't it? She had the backspace.
Both circles have stepped up their game here in the last 5 minutes of the third quarter.
Here's the fresh legs I was talking about. Well, we haven't seen Janua since the first test. She only played a quarter and a bit. She's out there now, so she'll be nice and fresh. And she's quick as anyone, really.
A big moment here for the wing attack. Hamer tries to come out. It came off Tetomo's noggin. He's able to recover. Hill and Pellier almost get tangled up. Lucky not to be done for a short pass there, the New Zealanders.
Yes, they got away there. Oh, and Patrick's missed one, but he gets his own rebound. There's a shock. So,
puts it in with authority.
41 apiece. And, there's a clash, and it's Janor going for the contact. Not sure. There's movement, both players. Janor can't believe it.
Tetomo's just going to let it go again.
Oh, too much on that one. There you go. We say the ball no, so.
Vivian to Hamer. Barden. Oh, Depoff came through. Hoists it back. Does Hamer have it? He's going to try and recover. What a take from the keeper. Takes the hit.
Hamer. What's happened to the Kiwis? They've just gone ballistic at the moment, throwing long balls in that aren't on. Just both sides. Just calm it down a little bit.
He's been a stalwart of the Australian side at the back for a number of years. Getting some big stops here this afternoon. Janor onto circle edge. Jermack with the drop-off. Hewitt's got it, though. Bryce had turned her shoulder.
I think it's time for Eugene Lee to come on at GA, but he's not bibbed up it yet. but Lockie Carter is bibbed up at GA.
Tetomo, Hewitt, again the Australians applying their characteristic vice grip defence. An obstruction from Barton's going to release some of the pressure. We've got 90 seconds left here in the third quarter. What a belter to decide this Trans-Tasman series. Malalasala goes on to Hill.
Hamer doing a very good job. He's actually almost keeping Patrick Pillay out of the circle.
It's going to be a contact on Jordan Vivian, the goal defence. She's almost bumped out of the way by her own keeper. Hill tries to air things up. Pillier and Hamer get tangled up. They haven't had the lead for a while, New Zealanders. They're going to take it with 50 seconds left here in the third. It's their centre to follow. If they manage the clock here, they may try and force the Australians to take one. Hewitt, Riley Huaki, Malalasala tries to go on the floor that time to Pillier. Might be the first bounce pass he's received all test series. What a block from Ben Hamer, sending things back. Maya Hill.
22 seconds. They'd want to go quickly here, the Kiwis, to give Australia not enough time. Oh, that'll hurt. That'll use up time.
Obstruction here from Vivian. They try and go to Hill. Pillier's taken it in.
Patrick needs to release it immediately, but he's not. He's hanging on to it.
Time's been held. There's 2 seconds to be said on the clock. It'll be interesting to see. Barton is going to hold this and dare the umpires to give them a held ball. That is three-quarter time, 43 to 41 in favour of the New Zealanders. And we are all set for a grandstand finish here at AIS Arena.
18-12 quarter, that's what my maths tells me. What does yours tell you?
Yep, that checks out as well. And I think the thing was that in the scrappiness, it was New Zealand, because they've got that reliable option to Pillier, they're able to make the most of it.
Scary thing for Australia, as I've said it already in this coverage, they haven't won a last quarter in this series so far. And if they come hard here, New Zealand, in the early part, they could crack the Australians open. And that would be surprising, but also devastating for them, because they've really fought hard. They've maintained it. They've done some really good things. Coach has been forced to make a couple of changes, Tracy Jeans-Fraser, and I think probably they need to get Nesbitt out there if she's fit. I don't know why she hasn't played. Maybe she's injured. I don't know. And I think Eugene Lee has to go into GA, because it's just starting to break down a little bit in there. And I think Eugene will give a lot of confidence to Christina Bryce.
It is all set here for a thrilling finish. This just the first of our 3 games here today on AMNA TV. You will see the under-23s conclude their test series at 5 p.m. And then the big boys take to the court. The Australian Kelpies, the New Zealand Net Blacks here in Canberra. You can go and get your Kelpies merch looking online with the Kelpies website to be able to purchase some of your tops as well. I believe that they've got some
fabulous stuff.
As well.
Oh, it's fabulous.
And show your support for the Australian men's team. David, if we take our attention back to this one, though, what is going to be the deciding factor in this last quarter, you think, between the two teams?
Well, I think it depends on the Australian shooting end. We said last night they got a little bit stiff in the arms late in the game. So if they can stay relaxed and keep the scoreboard ticking over, I think you've said it a couple of times in commentary, then that's important. I just got a feeling, though, the easy outlet is going to go to Patrick Pillier. It's New Zealand's almost to lose at the moment. Yeah, they've got themselves in a position. They've won all the last quarter so far. The thing is, there's been some really big minutes. Like Malalasala, I can barely... In the first game, she was on and off a little bit. She played most of last night. I think she might have played all of it last night, and she's played all of today. So with a quick turnaround, I think she's the key. You know, if she runs out of legs, which I hope she doesn't, but if she runs out of legs, then Australia might get on top there. That's why I'd be looking at bringing Emily Nesbitt on.
You talk about shooting percentages.
Yeah.
The Australians have actually had more attempts, 50 attempts to the New Zealanders, 47. But the Kiwis shooting at 91% compared to the Australians' 82. So that is the big difference at the moment. Pat Pillier obviously doing the bulk of the damage for the New Zealanders, 38 from 41 at 93%. Bryce 19 of 22 at 86%. And Jermack actually scoring more goals than his goal-shooting counterpart, 22 from 28 at 79%.
Yeah, it's hard to take him off, but it's just, he must be starting to get fatigued a little bit. And you think that Eugene Lee has come back on, but he's come back on at centre. And Nesbitt's on at wing. They've changed a lot here. Like Clayton's come on at keeper as well.
Bryce in at shooter. Jermack goal attack. Janor wing attack. Lee centre. Nesbitt wing defence. Vivian goal defence. And Aaron Clayton in at keeper. I hope you've got some fingernails for the last 15 minutes. as we bring down the curtain on what has been a brilliant series between these two countries. Hewitt with the hand, but it will beat him out of court.
Hewitt, the centre, playing keeper, doing a brilliant job.
You wonder whether the Kiwis have just kept this card up their sleeve.
Playing ducks and drakes, you reckon?
Jermak long, and it is going to be too long.
Yeah, and that is the worry in this last quarter, but Jermak can do that, so that's why he's still out there. He thought he had that one. I think pretty much everyone in the house did too.
The Australians will have to be at their very best here defensively, or will New Zealand start to get on a run. Depoff, Malalasala straight up the middle to Hill. Bouncing things around in the centre third here. Riley Huaki. Happy to go back to Tetomo again. Here is Hill. Lets it go. He's going to try and lay things up. Clayton is going to draw the contact.
Reverse layup that time from Patrick. He's shown us all the tricks.
That was an Australian centre too. They didn't take the lead till about 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter last night. This time the Kiwis will try and sit on a lead.
Oh, that was there for Clayton to take.
Vivian short to Hill. She hasn't put one in yet. Maya Hill, that one's going to be a little long, but Pellier able to clean up the crumbs. Yes, scored the last 5, the New Zealanders.
She doesn't need to take the shot. Like, that was just, she was there as a good outlet. That was fine. So for the margin, 13.5 to play. Whew.
Jermak going to roll this all the way back. Thought about going to Bryce. Hewitt positioned himself beautifully. Created the doubt in the mind. Lee gets it right back, though. You can see the gesture from him, calm. Bryce just steadies the ship for the Australians.
Yep, that would have been massive if they could have scored off that. Oh, Jermak, he saw that yesterday.
My goodness, what an effort from Nathan Jermak. Little backup from Eugene Lee.
This could be the spark the Aussies need.
Athleticism all over the place. Bryce with the strong take.
To finish it, she does. So instead of being 6 up, it's down to what, 2?
On the biggest stage, the 2 New South Welshmen standing tall. Janor goes to Jermak. Great take there, great strength from Laura Janor. Jermak again. Bryson Hewitt will go round and round. A shovel pass. That's going to make her take it again. Bryce has been steady so far this series. She rolls in another one. After New Zealand score 5 in a row, Australia reply with 3 of their own. Malalasala trying to direct traffic. Again, the defensive pressure. Nesbitt, Lee was right on Tetomo's shoulder. Heavy collision between the 2 centres. Tetomo thought about it. No. He's going to go in now. He hoists things up to Pillier. Time's been held here. There's going to be another substitution. It looks like Riddle Pelchin is going to come back on at goal defence. And it looks like Riley Huaki is going to go to wing defence. Danny Depoff is going to step off. Janor, Lee, Jermak in a tight space. Trying to get around the corner. Bryce was open at the post. Both defenders going with the goal attack.
Oh, Bryce did well there. She missed the shot, was short, but she got the rebound enough to get it to Jermak.
Hearts in mouths for the Australians.
And Jermak puts it back.
It's a break from the wing defence.
Thought that was going to go the other way.
This place would have exploded if it went the other way. Pillier, Clayton trying to meet him at the top, but the other thing that Pillier is doing, Dave, is just taking a second when he gets that ball, making sure he's balanced.
Absolutely, he's a very experienced player. He's shot goals probably a million in his career, so he knows what's needed here, and he's just taking that little bit of time off, calming his team down.
Jermak wants to continue to bounce this ball around. They're trying to go to Janor at the top of the circle. Now, Riley Huaki is getting a talking to here for some intentional obstruction. They're going to bring things inside the circle. Jermak just steadies again. 47 plays, 46 in favour of the New Zealanders with 10 to go. Riddle Pelchin. Tetomo. Clayton He's just growing in confidence, Pillier, taking it from almost circle edge. One step, bang.
Oh, dear. Called him MJ. That was a huge step in. So.
Here's Vivian on the release.
Oh, she just copped a warning for that very thing.
And here is Jermak. He's waiting for options. There's a held ball. You saw the eyes go left then right from Eugene Lee.
Yeah, it was good defence by New Zealand. They didn't give away an obstruction, but they were just near enough to throw doubt into Eugene Lee's mind with the pass.
Riley Huaki has to go back to Tetomo. Now Malalasala just past the fingertips of Nes, but you can see Hill sight the shooter. There is Pillier. He's going to have to reload.
Whoa,
Vivian being done for the obstruction.
That was very close. She got around beautifully, read it, and got herself in the great position. Just a fraction close.
The backup from Pillier. It's back-to-back goals, no. Once it's set exactly right, does Middleton, just directing traffic.
And we get the same result.
Pillier nudges it in. They look like they might be coming back, the Australians, but New Zealand have retaken momentum.
Yeah, there's a ball there for Nesbitt. She takes it. Does she stay offside?
She stays in court.
But it went out anyway.
Plenty of noise here for the Australians.
But look where the Kiwis are starting now. They're starting way back in their own defensive third.
This is their type of defence, but so far this afternoon the Kiwis have been equal to the task of moving it through this Australian zone. Riddle-Pelchin to Hewitt. Janor around the corner, no. Here is Riddle-Pelchin again. That's long. Clayton's got it. How's their execution? Excellent work from Eugene Lee. He wants players to come forward. Here is Janor. Jermak. Shovel pass to Bryce.
It was quick. It was released. There was no chance for defence there. That was great play by, well, all the Australians. The transition was beautiful.
Here's Jermak. You can see Hewitt playing high on the first phase, dropping immediately back to Christina Bryce in the second phase. And I think Riley Huaki, yes, she's going to get a warning here.
Yeah. She needs to clean that up, or she'll be sitting down for 2 minutes, and that would be vital. Last quarter of the series.
Miscommunication, foot race between Lee and Tetomo. He took the contact.
Yeah, it was an interesting call because the umpire was nowhere near that. I didn't think there was a contact there.
Lee trying to lead Janor to circle edge. Almost stuck for options. He does the reload. Jermak goes over Hewitt. That one's long. Bryce Hewitt stands tall. Big rebound from the shooter, able to get things onto Jermak.
What was Hewitt doing? He just batted it. Just rip it in or knock it out or something. You know, don't just bat it back to the Australians. So, and we've got a break.
It was Vivian that time, the culprit.
They're just so eager to get in front of their attacking player.
Tetomo, Hill. Excellent work. Great placement from Maya Hill. They're going to roll another one in here. The New Zealanders bring up 50 goals. Their execution is superb. It looks like Riley Huaki is going to come off. They couldn't take the risk, the New Zealanders.
They really couldn't. So, if they lost a player for 2 minutes in the last 5, oh boy.
Janor so quick, hoists it to Bryce. That was a chuck and hope, but it was very hopeful.
She wasn't balanced at all, but she got it away. The advantage of being a left-hander. So,
I'm sure if we asked her, she'd say that was
absolutely.
Skill.
They did that in training.
Exactly where it was going.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be reversed. Oh, I'm surprised that wasn't reversed. Kiwi's got away with one there.
Tetomo. Being short. The drop off to Pillier. They're just keeping their noses in front at the moment, the New Zealanders.
Well, Melbourne Cup week next week, and they're coming up to this home turn now. The Kiwis with the nose in front.
Janor, Hewitt attacked
that
it.
Was
the
beautiful.
Patience from the wing attack.
Yeah, that was great. Got him in the air and just went around him and straight into the shooter. And Bryce made no mistake.
Tetomo.
Sometimes when you're front running, you can basically slow down too much. You can almost start walking, and like they were just very casual getting the ball back to the centre. Then you need to keep the energy up and keep the momentum going.
They'll keep it going with another goal to Pat Pillier.
It's one turnover in it. Janora, great inspirational change that was. She's come out there and given the real burst of energy through that front third.
Her speed on the circle edge has been fantastic.
Absolutely.
A great drop off from Jermak. to Bryce.
And the feeds have been, first class as well.
We said at the top of the broadcast yesterday that
Hell
these
ball.
two sides
No.
have given us some of the closest netball ever between the two countries. And they have treated us again here. 5 to go. 1 the difference in the deciding test. Hill's going to go short. Refeed to Malalasala. You can see Clayton trying to get up. He's almost got it. But a contact call there. The recovery was too slow from the keeper.
So, the big man, he'll just take his time here and have another one.
Roll another one in. Credit to the New Zealanders. They have just kept scoring their centres this quarter.
They certainly have.
We are tied 10-10 here in the fourth. Jermack on the front sweep. Obstruction from Riddle Pelchin.
And now another obstruction. Oh, and the missed shot.
Bryce makes no mistake on the second attempt.
Back to one. Oh.
An obstruction call there from Janor.
The chant goes up, my friend.
Malalasana along the sideline. Into Pillier. Clayton trying to contest over the back.
Pillier won't have any of that. He's just so strong to that hoop.
And I think the big evolution in his game over the last couple of years, David, he doesn't give away the dumb mistake now like he used to 5 or 6 years ago. You get him for a step or an offensive contact. His discipline is superb.
Yeah, his footwork was not good. As Kiwis get an intercept here through Hewitt.
That's huge from Hewitt. That may give them the chance to break this game open with 3:40 to go.
Watch Nesbitt here. She's hunting. Nesbitt's hunting.
So instead they go to her offsider in Malalasala. In the attacking third. Clayton's going to have a 2-on-1 in the circle here. Tetomo, does he go to his target? Does he go to Hill?
He went out.
Goes short. Over the top to Pillier. To go 3 up with their centre. 3 to go. And the New Zealanders with a centre to take a giant step towards this Trans-Tasman trophy. Hill. Swings things back, a contact from Janor.
At least Australia are playing a little bit better here with the playing one-on-one defence, not just leaving the space open.
3 in a row for the New Zealanders. Deficit is 4. Nesbitt looking for options. Lee goes to Jermack.
Bryce is setting screens. Jermack needs to get in there.
Bryce eventually
Huge
on the
shot, this one.
That's too big. Big rebound from Hewitt. Pushes it long. Under 2.5 minutes to go. Kiwis with the possession to go up 5.
This is championship defining right here. Oh no, we've got a complete break in momentum.
We've just had a time here. We're trying to talk about blood. Eugene Lee and William Tetomo. They're both very well-conditioned athletes. They're both checking out the arms.
Well, best calves in netball, I reckon he's got.
And he's going to have to come off here, Tetomo, and Jordan Hickey's going to step on for blood.
This is huge. This is massive. You're coming on with 2:16 to play. You're 4 up. Eugene Lee's out of play, so he should get a nice, easy first touch hit. No, he's gone into the middle. What's he doing there? He had all the space in the world.
If you're Jordan Hickey, 2.5 minutes left to pilot the ship home for the New Zealanders.
Nesbitt just a bit late on that one. Looks like we're going to... that's very quick.
Malalasala goes into Pillier. Time has been held.
Well,
the blood's been dealt with.
Higgin did his job. That's a solid 16 seconds. If New Zealand score here, is it over, my friend?
Up 5. Time is the enemy. Clayton came around the corner. Pillier takes it. This may be the dagger.
Clayton hasn't been able to make any impact into Pillay at all. Hamer was doing probably the better job. 6 up, 1:30 to play. Might be a little bit longer before Australia get their hand on that trophy again.
It's been a trilogy of fantastic games. The Australians took the first one by 8. The New Zealanders came back dramatically last night in the fourth quarter to take the second test by 5. Lee's got the intercept. There's 60 seconds to go. The Australians need to score 5 goals. Now, intentional obstruction will help, but I just don't know if they can get the volume here, the Australians, in time. They go across to Lee. A contact call from Depov. Bryce all alone at the post. And it's pushed it long. Janot gets it, but all of this is sucking valuable time. Jermak's going to have to let this one go. No, that's long as well.
Same story as last night. They struggled in the last quarter, the same 2 shooters, and it's happened again here in the decider. New Zealand just going long.
Tetomo to Pillier.
Oh, he slams it down. Stop it.
To put the icing on the cake.
I think he's bent the ring.
It has been a thrilling trilogy of games here in the nation's capital between the two mixed sides. But the Trans-Tasman Cup will remain in Aotearoa for another year. New Zealand take the third test, 59 goals to 54.
Boy, again, like Australia, they just can't get it done in the last part of each quarter, like in that final quarter. That's happened in the last 3. The shooting goes off towards the end of the game, and they needed to make change. I don't know, not having Carter obviously being injured, that's been a big monumental turning point for them. So, but what can you say about Patrick Pillier? He rocks in here for 2 tests, and they win them both.
Superb work from him. Superb work from all the New Zealanders. Tetomo, Malalasala, Maya Hill coming on and playing the second half, did a superb job.
Mate, what about Hewitt? We thought he was a centre. He comes on at keeper. He made a massive difference. He was getting rebounds. He took a couple of intercepts, and he was very steady bringing the ball out of that end third. And the big thing, he didn't give away a lot of obstructions.
All the athletes getting together as they should and celebrate. They have treated us here to 3 fantastic games. Another brilliant chapter in the history between these two countries in mixed netball. It was a 3-0 sweep in 2022. This series goes to the New Zealanders 2-1.
So that makes they've won 6 out of the last 7 test matches between these two countries. New Zealand won 6 of the last 7. The only loss was on Wednesday night.
Dominance from the Kiwis, and it closes out the first game of what has been a fantastic day so far here at the AIS. We've got more to come. At 5 p.m, you will see the under-23 side take to the court, and then at 7:30, the Australian Kelpies and the New Zealand Net Blacks. David Mills, 3 fantastic tests between these two nations again in mixed netball.
Oh, absolutely, and everyone played their part. You look at the Australian team, there were some great players out there. I think Eugene Lee at centre was good. He's come over from the Kelpies, he's come back to mixed. I thought he did a great job. Nathan Jermak, I didn't know a lot about him before this tournament. I don't watch as much men's as I do mixed, and he's coming to the mixed side as well, and he's superstar there. Like, his elevation's incredible. Went a little bit cold in the last quarter of his shots, and that happened last night as well. For me, Rebecca Tahini had a great week as well in the 3 test matches. You look at the Kiwis, though, like, they were competitive on the first test, but as soon as Patrick Pillier came here, the whole confidence lifted within the team. And, when you got a target like that, and he's speaking now.
An outstanding game. That slam at the end there, that had my heart going. A little bit of extra sauce on the pie there.
I just wanted to finish game. You know, you just scored in the game, so I thought I'd score a decent shot.
Outstanding. Thank you so much, mate. Congratulations on your win.
The colossus of a New Zealand goal shooter, Patrick Pillier.
Yeah, he really was the difference. Like, if you're talking about player of the series, who had the biggest impact on the series, you'd have to say Patrick did. I thought, Malala Sala was brilliant. I was worried she might run out of legs because she's played some massive minutes this week. And like we talked about the quick turnaround, like from last night to today, but she was great again. You know, like being the little general up there, either at WA or GA. Have someone that can play those two spots. That's a really good option for New Zealand.
Thank you so much for joining us here on AMNA TV to cover these 3 mixed tests. We'll sign off now, and we'll see you at 5 p.m. for the Under-23s clash. The Australian under-23 side were able to clinch the Trans-Tasman Trophy in Game 2 with another sublime performance. Standing in their way of a series sweep is a New Zealand side that has started to shine last night with combinations starting to come together. They will be looking to mount an assault on this third and final test and use it as a springboard to the future. Good afternoon, everyone. Tēnā koutou katoa, no mai haere mai. Welcome into the Australian Institute of Sport for the third test between Australia and New Zealand in the under-23s division. Sam Glazebrook in commentary. Murray Gardner will be joining me shortly to take you through the next 60 minutes of netball between these two sides. The Aussies, it was a 52-goal deficit in Game 1, a 45-goal deficit in Game 2. They have been in top form, a very, very experienced outfit. 8 of the side from last year's invitational tournament in Singapore coming back. They have been stifling in defence. They have swung the ball effectively at the edge of the circle. And the shooting of players like Denzel Costa, Ben Ryan, Max Denholm, Will Sampson has been getting the job done. For New Zealand, only 4 of the side that went to Singapore last year have come on this tour. That is Logan Asink, Head, Fox and Chadwick. Chadwick also, unfortunately, unable to take the court again today. But they have started to develop. The combination between Zayden Head and Josh Cocker was superb last night as New Zealand put in their best quarter, only losing it by 6 in that second quarter on Friday evening. This evening for the Australian side, Max Denholm is the goal shooter, Ben Ryan the goal attack, Corey Goss is the wing attack, Jordan Webb is at the controls in the centre, Callum Baird the wing defence, Ronan Pring the goal defence, and Nate Wood, the keeper, is at the back. They are coached by Andrea McCulloch. The assistant coach is Chrissy Leonard-Downs. Their manager is Kathy McCafferty. For the New Zealanders, Zayden Head is the goal shooter. Vijay Tiao will be the goal attack. Pierre Dihar-Webster, the wing attack. Deshum Karaka is the centre. Jed McIntosh, the wing defence. Thornton Stevens-Kingy, the goal defence. And Mason Coker-Smith is at the back. They've actually swapped that circle from last night. Thornton Stevens-Kingy stepping out to goal defence. Mason Coker-Smith going to the back. Combination between Head and Josh Cocker starting to be very, very effective. They will have a tall task dealing with Ronan Pring and Nate Wood, though. This, our second game today. We have just had a fabulous finish to our mixed test series with New Zealand winning that series 2-1 in a driving third match. And after these boys play this evening, it will be the Australian Kelpies and the New Zealand Net Blacks taking to the court in Canberra as they take their third of 4 tests this year in what has been a fabulous week of Trans-Tasman netball here in the nation's capital. Shooting stats were crucial again last night for the Australians, shooting well above 90% across the board, and that allowed them to mount relentless pressure on the New Zealanders. In a moment, we will be handing over to MC Luke Coombe for the introduction of both sides and the anthems. This Australian outfit, plenty of firepower off the bench as well. Look for players like Denzel Costa, Saxon Hay, to come into the game in the second half and continue to accelerate things for the Australians. Josh Cocker sitting on the bench to start this one for New Zealand. You'd have to think he will make a performance of it this evening as he comes on as well. They've also got Arapareri Beasley on the bench as well. So plenty of options for head coach Pete McKinns to make use of. We will now hand you over to MC Luke Coombs for the introduction of both sides and the anthems.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for match 2 of this Saturday super event. To introduce our New Zealand under-23s, we have in goal shooter Zayden Head, goal attack Vijay Tiao, wing attack Pierre Dihar-Webster, in centre Dushamin Karaka, wing defence Jed McIntosh, goal defence Thornton Stevens-Kingy, and goalkeeper Mason Cooper-Smith. Our substitutions are Logan Asink, Al Fox, Arapareri Beasley, Josh Cocker, and Jackson Chadwick. They are coached by Peter McInnes, assistant coach Tony Archie, manager Laura Mallon, and the physio is Sarah Kelly. And now time for your Australians. In goal shooter, we have Max Denham. Goal attack, Ben Ryan. Wing attack, Corey Goss. In centre, Jordan Webb. Wing defence, Callum Baird. Goal defence, Ronan Pring. In goalkeeper we have Nate Wood. Our subs for this game are Denzel Costa, Saxon Hay, Wade Moore, Will Sampson, and Joe Watson. And they are coached by Andrea McCulloch, Christy Leonard Downs, Kathy McCafferty, and their physio is Jessica Harrison. If you are able to, can you please stand for the national anthems? Please remain standing for the Australian national anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. With golden soil and wealth of toil, our home is girt by the sea. Our land of mountain ranges is of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every sage unfurls Australia fair. In joyful strains, and let us sing unfurls Australia
Our umpires for this game are Rachel Thomas and Carly Brown, with the reserve being Adele Kozak.
For Trans-Tasman Netball, the future is now here in the under-23s division. Future Net Blacks and Kelpies will be on display. Our officiating crew this evening, Carly Brown and Rachel Thomas, are the umpires. Adele Kozak, the reserve, will be the Australian the Australian under-23 side, running to the left of your screen in the lime green. They start with Ben Ryan and Corey Goss getting some early touches. There's Ryan again. He's going to swing things across. They swing a beautiful triangle. Goss, then Denham. And he'll roll his first one in for the afternoon. Bashum Karako was excellent in at centre yesterday, driving the New Zealand attack down. How will they respond early here to this Australian pressure as Nate Wood comes out for an early hunt? Karaka. Ryan with the tip. Wood. Ryan again. Beautiful front sweep. Came on at goal shooter yesterday, Ben Ryan. A big, powerful target, but showing his speed early, stepping out to goal attack as Denholm goes bang-bang to start this one. This time switching things up. Ryan collides with the post. Just running out of room, so the New Zealanders will have the opportunity through Mason Coker-Smith to come out again here. Hands again from Ryan. It has been stifling Australian defence all week. From shooter back as Jed McIntosh bobbles it, tries to keep it in court. He tiptoed along the circle edge, but it will go the way of the Australian side. Goss. It's a lovely roll, but Coker-Smith was wise to it. Great pass and excellent positioning from Denholm. 3 in a row. Aiden Head starting to get out and get his first touch. VJ is going to let one go. It is long. It appears that maybe Nate Wood got a finger on that, but no call coming from umpire Thomas. Pring looking for extra options. Wood having to drive through. Goss swings things across to Webb. Ryan's going to uncork his first one of the evening, but it is a held ball. And so a chance for New Zealand to work this down court again. He's fresh off a Trans-Tasman series when he's absolutely buzzing. Murray Gardner now joins me in commentary. Murray, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Kia ora koutou. It's lovely to be here this afternoon in the sunny Canberra. Fresh off our final against the Australian mixed. Still buzzing, still buzzing.
It was a dramatic 2-1 series win to the New Zealanders, taking the second and third tests. A back-and-forth affair in the third one as VJ Tiao just unable to catch up with that one. And Murray, for this New Zealand 23 side, in a bit of a rebuilding phase with a bit of turnover over the last couple of years, but plenty of promise in this young team.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, there is a lot of youth in this team. New Zealand men's and mixed are in a rebuilding phase in the youth program, and we've got a lot of promising talent that is going to be great coming through. But I guess we're in the rebuilding phase, and it's about getting those foundations right.
These players get a few years under their belt, develop those fundamentals, potentially some future Net Blacks one day.
Absolutely, absolutely some future Net Blacks. And I think it's important that we nurture that. We make sure we look after them and we make this a sport that they're wanting to stay in.
We can't let that spectacular defensive effort from Nate Wood go by. Was able to keep that in. Australians go down the other end. Denholm has now scored the first for the Western Australian.
The speed of the Australian ball through court is just outstanding. I think it's really important that the New Zealand team look at screening, ensuring that they can hold off those drives.
It's going to be Denholm again. He's going to go over Coker-Smith. Crisp shooting there. As Dashum Karaka will continue to take things on here. Lovely roll from Karaka.
Karaka and Tau have come straight from winning Nationals reserve grade, so taking their team through to B grade next year. It means Nationals for New Zealand. Again, a young crew with good developing talent. Beautiful centre pass receive.
That's a picture of netball. You could capture that and play it on an endless loop for how to run a centre pass. 3 passes and into the circle. We also saw Josh Cocker yesterday as well make a nice combination with Zayden Head in that circle.
Yeah, and those two have a really good connection growing. I think it's important that they are confident to post, and I think that's one of the things that the New Zealand team's been working on, is just being able to turn and shoot.
It's always going to be tough going through that Australian pressure as Jordan Webb will look to continue things here. And I imagine, Murray, like every sport, COVID really challenged men's netball in New Zealand, but how is the association starting to emerge from that COVID sort of break and look forward to a really bright future with men's netball?
The really exciting thing about New Zealand men's and mix is we have a new board, which has just been appointed this year at their AGM, who are very excited and motivated to make sure that they put a stake in the ground when it comes to growing men's netball, and starting with our youth. There was out the side there by Jed. Just got to treasure their possession. They had no issue gaining ball, but it's transitioning through the court. Karaka with an easy penalty there, and it's out the back. Well, Australia and New Zealand have another opportunity to get this through the court.
Can they roll the full 3/3 and finish with a goal here? It's Dihar Webster. This is Tiao. They come back here to Stevens Kingy, but this Australian defence have been really pushing and looking to extract some turnovers from the New Zealanders. Just not a lot of chinks in the armour if you're an Australian defender here.
The Australians are doing really well at that zone defence that New Zealanders are renowned for, and so I think it's important that the New Zealand team look at being able to punch through and break that. Zane with the beautiful roll-off, Zayden.
We saw it a bit in game 2. Puts it a little bit long. Tiao with the take, but it ends up in the hands of Ronan Pring. And the Aussies immediately down court. Jordan Webb, excellent outlet. Exactly what you want from your centre, being that extra option.
Again, New Zealand have no issue in getting ball in hand, but it's getting converted that they are struggling with. And I think it's important again that they just get confident to go to post. We have Josh Cocker coming on and goal attack. Vijay Chow coming off for a bit of a rest.
It's like Logan Asink also coming on in at wing defence as well. Ryan did very well to throw out the anchors and stop there. And speaking of the New Zealand national tournament, Murray, Australian listeners maybe not quite familiar with their structure. We have a very rigid men's open and men's reserve grade, but I know that over in New Zealand, a few different options there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the men's nationals this year, they had 4 grades for our men's to be able to run through, and that's our Open A, Open B, our Reserve 1 and 2. Then we obviously have our Masters and our Unders grades. So this year we had our Under-20s for the youth to help grow that space, and they had a great turnout, and there was an amazing amount of youth coming through, all the grades actually. Again, working really hard at building those foundations for the rangatahi coming through. Great drive cut off by Karaka.
Jordan Webb finding the top of the circle. That was a great tip from Stevens Kingy. Ronan Pring with the reply. Both goal defences putting on a show in the first quarter. Just running out of room that time. So again, the execution of the New Zealand side will be tested here.
Coca Smith coming in for the reset.
It's Asink. Karaka.
And then we have Head releasing that pressure.
He really has been
self-feed.
He really has been a stalwart at the front for the 23 side this week. Aiden Head, as we see a great tip, unfortunately doesn't go to hand for the New Zealanders. Not the biggest shooter, but his positioning is so good that he can hold on a taller keeper, Murray.
He has some good movement in that circle. He is traditionally a defender. So coming into this under-23s team as a shooter has probably been a bit of an adjustment for him, but he can shoot. He can play both ends, Zayden. He's a very talented player.
Another one there for Max Denholm.
I believe the New Zealand team have been working on their own individual goals and what they are going to be able to build on from these past 2 games and implement into this final game that they have today. But the opportunity presented to them to play against a very talented and skilled side, I think, is fantastic for their own development. And again, great for men's netball.
Yeah, the fact that we've been able to string together Trans-Tasman Series in 2022 and now in 2024 as well on both sides of the ditch means that it's just promoting the game for people, allowing different cities to come out and experience the sport as well. And particularly as well with our top grades finding their way onto broadcast television, Sky Sports NZ and Fox Netball. It's just growing the game of men's and mixed netball for all to enjoy as there's a bit of friendly fire in the Australian camp.
That defensive pressure from Coca Smith. Just no one there to box that out and grab that rebound.
And that is one of those things, Murray, that the New Zealanders will look to try and fix as they move into that more elite pathway. 2 rebounds in a circle. You're going to give the Australians those kind of opportunities, they will make you pay.
Absolutely, and just being able to attack the ball and being urgent. I think that the New Zealand team have really improved, like I said, from those first 2 games. They've learned, they've grown, and that's really what we can ask for with this team at this stage of their development.
Josh Cocker just unable to catch up with that one.
Again, not an issue getting ball in hand. It's about that transition through the court and being able to convert it.
Bid, long release to Goss.
Asink doing a great job at holding off.
Eventually they do get it in. Trying to keep the Australians off circle edge. We see another substitution. Looks like BJ Tiao is going to step into centre. Alistair Fox into wing attack. Webb. And a long way from home, the goal shooter. You can see Ryan, they flipped the script there. Ryan went and pitched a 10 in the circle, took on that holding shooter role. That one comes up short. Jordan Webb will roll this one into Max Denholm.
VJ Tau for the centre pass, and then we have Al Fox receive. Al Fox has very good speed over the line. A lot of our viewers may not know this, but Al Fox is also on the umpire pathway in New Zealand. Very, very talented umpire in the women's game.
We've seen that more and more as well with the male athletes coming and being training partners in certain sites, particularly here in Australia. I know a lot of the umpires as well at the top level have had men's netball experience. And just continuing to bring those 2 games together and create one great product of netball.
Absolutely, absolutely. And a lot of the men that come through into men's netball do start on that umpire pathway because for some of them that is their only exposure they get to netball.
Here's Tia cleaning up the crumbs, lofts it over to Asink. Al Fox, can he get a hold of it? No, he can't. Ryan to Goss. That one a little long from the goal attack, so again an opportunity for them to work it out here, the New Zealanders.
Good pressure from Kingy to get that ball.
Coca Smith almost stuck for options. Fox. Kingy. Asink.
Bit of seal and present there for Al Fox. A lot of these boys come from a background of indoor netball where there's a lot of speed but not a lot of structure. So I think them coming into this to 7-a-side will really grow their game and help them become a bit more structured.
Asink coming around the corner. It's part of that learning process. You can execute really well for 2 minutes, but then can you stretch it to 5, 10, and then whole quarters?
Well, for a lot of these boys, 15-minute quarters is very new to them, and I think for a lot of them, this opportunity is probably the first that they've had hour-long games. So just being able to last that intensity, I think, is another challenge and opportunity for them to grow.
Thought he had that one, Nate Wood. Fantastic bounce off the floor. You can see Head setting up the hole. Pring's going to try and get to him. Excellent work from the shooter.
Good shot under pressure from Head.
It's 5 seconds left here in the first quarter. Goss is going to let it go, but it will run long. 14 plays 6 at quarter time in favour of this Australian team. As we look to the first break, it looked like the Australians were going to step out quite quickly there. They scored the first 5, Murray, but the New Zealanders starting to find a little bit of rhythm. Zayden Head obviously doing a lot of work up front.
Absolutely, and look, like I said, throughout the first quarter, the New Zealand team are not having any issue with getting ball in hand and actually putting a lot of defensive pressure and winning ball down that end. We have Key and Coca Smith doing a load of work in that circle, but that transition through court, they just seem to be not being able to get that through.
It's been a superb week here so far of Trans-Tasman Netball. We had the first set of games on Wednesday evening, victories to both the Australian sides. Friday night, it was the New Zealand mixed side who took their first win of the tour. They've repeated it today. Murray, if we do look at that mixed game, it was a back and forth affair, but a few players really stood up for New Zealand. One player which David Mills and I were really rapt with was Malasala, just so balanced on that attacking transverse, knowing when to pass and when to shoot.
Absolutely, and look, Amarangi Marisala has come into this team with a wealth of knowledge, great leadership. She's been able to help. It's quite a young side, so her leadership and her experience at that highest level of game, being taking the court as a silver fern, and that ANZ Premiership level, she's really brought a wealth of knowledge. She's brought calmness and she's brought experience.
A dramatic moment as well. You guys brought in Luke Hewitt late into keeper. Was that a plan from the beginning of the week, or was it a sort of a if needs must scenario? Because he did very well in that final 5 minutes.
Mate, the beautiful thing about the head coach, Tanya Anderson, is she plays what she sees in front of her. And she put Luke Hewitt in that position with one goal and one goal only, and he executed that beautifully. And look, the great thing that Tanya Anderson has been able to do with this mixed team throughout this week is build connections, build culture. And so they have trust in her, she has trust in them, and I think that's what they put out on court today.
They've won 6 of the last 7 mixed series, have New Zealand. What do you attribute the strength of mixed netball to in Aotearoa?
Look, I think one of the great things about mixed netball in Aotearoa is that we have it's at a whānau level. And when I say whānau, I mean family. So we, in the indoor space, mix is obviously the foundation of indoors, and a lot of our talent that come through from mixed netball, that is where they come from. So again, it comes down to culture, whanaungatanga, being able to build those connections.
For the Australians in that first quarter, 14 from 17 at 82%. New Zealand 6 from 10 at 60%. We're about to get underway again. It looks like Callum Baird has come in at wing defence for the Australians. No other changes. The New Zealanders look unchanged coming back onto court.
And looking at those stats, 6 from 10 for New Zealand. Again, they don't have an issue with ball at hand and being able to get that ball, winning that ball. It's converting it, and if they were able to just improve on their shooting percentages there, it'll be a bit of a closer match.
A little bit tough for the New Zealanders. They're just coming off court. So was Josh Cocker. So we'll give possession back to the Australians. There's Max Denholm. Oh, excellent work, Coca Smith.
Beautiful read by Coca Smith there. So Coca Smith is also represented in our Netball Waitakere. That's West Side in Auckland in New Zealand. Outstanding talent coming through. Plays very closely and weekly with Vijay Tau and Dush Karaka, Pierre Deha Webster. So some good connections within this team.
First one of the quarter there goes by the way of Max Denholm. If you look at the Australians coming through there, Corey Goss over the receive. He's got the ball again here. And Ryan, excellent triangle from the Australians. Structured netball. Ryan finishes it off.
Vijay Tau for the centre pass. Al Fox with that fantastic drive over the line.
It's gone all the way back here to Coca Smith. Here is Tiao. All head thought about it, but Cocker elected to go short.
And he had that beautiful front space open.
One just short on the rim, and Nate Wood is only too happy to oblige. They race down the court, the Australians, swing things across to Webb. That was a beautiful roll from Denholm. Almost ran out of room.
Bit of ballet on that baseline there.
Great balance from the shooter, Ryan. He'll let this one go. I'm sure if we asked him, he'd call that a pass, Ben Ryan, but it will be Max Denholm will go, and we'll see if our statistician Helen Arnold counts that as a shot. spring.
Going up the back door.
Beautiful work. Clinical from the Australians.
Second phase, deep into the pocket. Straight into that circle. Again, our Fox with that powerful drive over the line.
Lovely half roll from Zayden Head. Stopped and then rolled back. He's able to draw the obstruction on Wood. Going to let Cocker just get his first one, just to build a bit of confidence for the goal attack.
And that's important too when you've got a new partnership coming into that shooting circle. Give them that opportunity to get their first shot in, settle into things.
And just rolling another one over here. Josh Cocker. I think he thought he needed to receive that in the centre third. I'm not sure if he was aware it was touched before he threw that.
You could see by the way he was balancing in that on that transverse line that is exactly what he thought.
Ryan's going to roll things around here. They've again switched the circle from mid-range. Who's got it? Oh, Coker Smith.
What a save. Logan Essing right on that circle edge to receive and back him up. But Coker Smith has done an outstanding amount of work in this first 20 minutes of the match.
Done very well at the back. Hasn't been expensive either as a keeper, which is always a positive, always staying in play and being able to take opportunities like that. Here's Tial. Oh, that was always going to be dangerous going across the front of the Australian defence. Nate Wood stuck out the left mid. Webb will try the pass.
And again, hand to ball, and he gets it.
Excellent work from Coker Smith. New Zealanders again with a chance to move things along. Their second quarter was their best last night. Can they go again? There's Fox, Asink.
You can see as their connections have grown throughout the week, the game has improved. They're able to trust in each other. They're able to let the ball go a lot easier. But I tell you what, Coker Smith leading from out the back there.
Corey Goss with the possession.
Just gets that hand to ball. A little bit quicker than Asink.
This time Ryan able to draw the obstruction. They gave that ball up to the New Zealanders, but their ability to maintain that possession, that was probably 15 passes, and just stay disciplined. That'll give them plenty to build with going forward.
Absolutely, but you'd want them to keep bringing that ball down the other end as opposed to it getting stuck in the Aussies' half.
Get on again with another one. Going forward.
And a bit of miscommunication there between our centre and wing attack, Fox and VJ.
After this game, you will see the Australian Kelpies take on the New Zealand Net Blacks at 7:30. A fantastic way to bring down the curtain on this week of Trans-Tasman Netball. Their third of 4 tests this year before the series moves to Melbourne.
I tell you what, isn't it outstanding to see that male netball product on international broadcast TV?
Fantastic. Showcasing the game to the world. Not the results so far that I'm sure New Zealand would have hoped for, but they've got a chance again to build and develop as we see substitutions coming for them.
Well, I'm sure you know just as much as I do how competitive New Zealand are, especially when it comes to playing our brothers and sisters across the ditch. So, yes, to take those losses, those big losses against the Kelpies probably has been a bit hard to swallow. But look, we're under no illusion that we're under the rebuilding phase in New Zealand for our men's side.
And if we flip the script on the other side, the women, the Silver Ferns have been doing phenomenal things against the Diamonds. 2 class performances over in New Zealand. Looking for their first series win in a fair while.
Absolutely, but we're not going to jinx that. We're not going to count our chickens before they hatch. There's still two matches to go there. But yes, absolutely, they have really come out firing and showed Australia that yes, we are here, we are competitive, and we've grown, we've learned.
It was a real moment after the second test. I remember watching Amelia Ann Canasio getting interviewed, and she was quite emotional actually with the amount of effort that Silver Ferns outfit has had to put in They had a tough test series against the Roses, and now they've started to come to and have success against the Diamonds.
So this is Karaka's ball that he won off that rebound. Just lost on circle edge.
Ronan Pring
Gets another hand to ball.
is able to do it there. Karaka in at goal defence. That is Coker Smith who's at the back. You can see that they're now doubling Denholm in the circle and waiting for Ryan to come in before they switch off to a one-on-one setup. It's just going to force Ryan to keep shooting from range. That one in and out.
And
Coker Smith
picks that ball up beautifully. Well read, well read. Now they've just got to be able to convert this. So Karaka and Coker Smith, as I mentioned before, play netball on a weekly basis together throughout winter and summer. Through winter, they're in their 7-a-side outdoor netball, and then through summer, they play indoors together. So great connection in the circle.
certainly will. Australians again have flipped it and tried to put Ryan in at the holding shooter. Karaka just giving Ryan a little nudge.
He looks a bit baffled by that call, but that was clearly a bit of a contact by Karaka.
Speaking of substitutions, more coming this time for the Australians. Saxon Hay goes on at centre. Will Sampson in at goal attack.
And just coming back to that Constellation Cup, this year, as a lot of our viewers will know, is the first time that they will have a decider if it's a 2-all draw.
Fantastic. What a series that will be. New Zealand have been looking crisp so far. What will the Australians have in response in Game 3? That will be very, very exciting to see.
It's always difficult to challenge Australia on home ground, but look, New Zealand's up for it. New Zealand are looking clean, they're looking tidy, they're looking connected. And Zayden Head, with that great timing, just got to be able to be confident to go to post because he has a beautiful shot and a great arc on that shot.
Brings it back quite a way before flicking it, and that sometimes negates some of the length that will be needed.
But it also gives those Australians that opportunity to set up with distance.
Sampson, miscommunication. Alistair Fox says thank you very much. Karaka. Come through here is Asink.
I think the boys have realised they've got to make sure on those passes because Australia will eat them up, and that's a held ball by Fox.
You saw the eyes go left, go right. He knew he was in a little bit of trouble there, Alistair Fox. Bear trying to throw the long pass. Coker Smith came out hunting, just gave Will Sampson a nudge.
Got a little bit of a tip on that ball. Maybe could have taken his feet a little bit further, but again, doing a power of work in that circle.
Another substitution, Wade Moore coming on. Hurt goalkeeper Nate Wood coming off. Sampson able to clean up the crumbs off that centre pass contest. There with the drive and drop. Karaka hits the deck. Al Fox.
Hungry for that ball.
Sure.
Eyes only for the ball. Unfortunately coming offside.
Saxon Hay with his first touch. Both defenders went with Sampson. That left Denholm all alone. 27-8 with 4 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Hay. Short again to Sampson. Doesn't like it. Wants the reset.
Great switches by those defenders down in the New Zealand circle, though. Really being able to read off each other is really important. And there hasn't been much change in that defensive circle. I think the coaches are really happy with what's going on down there.
Turnovers have certainly increased. Karaka did well to take the hit. Zayden was all alone. Al Fox didn't see him. VJ Tiao did.
And that's a finish for Head.
Goss. Coker Smith again out hunting. Hay gets on with things quickly.
Logan Asink is another player that's coming through the umpire pathway through New Zealand. Another really talented player. And again, another opportunity for those boys to get involved with netball.
Head. CTR setting the screen. He wants to create space for Head in that circle. Asink on the attacking transverse line. Saxon Hay the culprit with the contact. D.H. Webster's going to continue to get on with things here.
Beautiful screen and draw by VJ.
Lovely shot, Zayden Head. Continuing his fine work here in the third test. Sampson. I was going to try the roll just past the fingertips of Coca Smith. I think they were going to set up for a lift there, Murray, but just ran out of room.
Just ran out of room, and I think, again, comes in. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Eye into the circle. Head finishing off quite nicely. Wide open.
Starting to get more confidence going into Zayden Head.
I think VJ's doing well in goal attack there to be able to draw those defenders out and give Head that opportunity to be available.
Denholm again along the goal line. He's been doing the bulk of the damage for the Australians here in this first half. Karaka. Here's D.H. Webster.
Great pressure release from Head.
Great tip from Moore. Just kept his feet. Goss off one leg. Coca Smith trying to confuse the space, but Will Sampson is able to place that over him.
And I think maybe some hands over the shot might have pressured that a little bit more. As opposed to the oh, was that a play off the floor? No.
Great pass from Goss. D.H. Webster's still working this one down here, looking for Fox. He's trying to sight his shooter in the circle, but just miscommunication, and Ronan Pring happy to clean up the mess. Strong contest there between Pring and Fox. About 18 seconds left here in this second quarter. The Australians will just want to get on with things here.
Will New Zealand be able to hold them off for that last 8-7 seconds? No.
Sampson gets things
Maybe
in.
Not.
Finishes with a flourish for the Australians. That is half-time here in the third test of the under-23s division. It is the Australian side leading the New Zealanders by 34-11. We will actually take a break here at half-time and join you for the second half.
Sorry, mate.
Welcome back to the Australian Institute of Sport here in Canberra. Third quarter action in this under-23s. Third test about to get underway. A few substitutions for the Australians. The roar you just heard was for the local boy, Denzel Costa, who has come in to the goal shooter position. Looks like Joe Watson has stepped in at goalkeeper. Wade Moore's gone out to goal defence. Costa with his first one. This will bring some noise.
And New Zealand have remained with their 7 that came off that second quarter, looking to consolidate, I guess, those connections.
Great stop there from Coca Smith. There's a hand from Carter and Sampson. About to have a go. Costa's going to come short.
Potential replay there, maybe not picked up by the umpire. But good challenge to the ball.
Costa, solid shooting. Neither side would probably say they were in top form in that first half with regards to their shooting. 34 from 44 at 77% for the Australians. 11 of 18 at 61% for the New Zealanders. As Will Sampson puts one in from range. Max Stenholm still doing the bulk of the damage for the Australians. 26 of 28 at 93% for the Western Australians. So great to see the work put in by him. Long ball to Zayden-Head. You could see Fox just keel over there in frustration. He knew that the line was there, just put too many wheat bix on it.
Yeah, and Zayden-Head had some great space there to be able to play with.
Moore, Costa. Assing tried to keep things in. Should note as well, Jordan Webb has also stepped into wing attack. Corey Goss to the bench.
Another good hand to ball by Assing.
Costa to let his second one go. Been part of the ACT men's program for a couple of years. Plays state league in both the ACT and in New South Wales.
And that's one of the great things going for men's netball in Australia. The state programs they have running are very invested in men's netball and growing the game.
Certainly, I've seen connections, training partners in for teams like the West Coast Fever as well. Some of the Melbourne sides have also taken it on. A couple in Sydney too. Zayden-Head with that long shot. Max Denham. Excuse me, that's Joe Watson with the rebound.
Hey, Assing coming in for the steal. And they better treasure this. Make sure they look after it for him.
Guide for it, Logan Assing. Like was taking an AFL mark. Head to finish it off. Excellent work, Zayden-Head. You're right, Murray. Those state programs in Australia just allow the depth of Australian netball to come through, particularly very, very competitive. You look at somebody like Max Denholm, who shot, 93% in that first half. You think he's on a great future pathway for Western Australia. He's got Jerome Gilbard playing in front of him at the men's level, and it just makes that intensity in that competition for spots so fierce.
Absolutely, and I think it's important that New Zealand look at what's happening in Australian men's netball, take some leaves out of their book, with them looking at their strategic growth goals, and maybe not replicating, but looking at how and what will work in New Zealand.
Some mixed communication there between Hay and Moore. One of the biggest things I've noticed, Murray, particularly with Australia at the national level over the last couple of years, is with the development of a formal high-performance pathway, the conditioning of the athletes is superb. Like, you look at all the Australian 23s players out there, they are all lean, mean fighting machines, and taking it to that step of being that professional athlete and having that professional level of conditioning. And I think you see that in the Kelpies as well.
Absolutely, and you see that for the duration of the game, them being able to handle that full hour, full intensity, that ball speed through court, that transition, and just the agility of those players. And I think if New Zealand are able to capitalise on the talent that they've got and implement some of those training programs, they'd be able to really get up there. Nice finish by Zayden-Head.
That's back-to-back goals for the New Zealanders there. Nice work by them. Stringing some connections through. Sampson backing things up.
Oh, and some great play there by the defenders, confusing the space. Another pick up for that defensive unit. Great offload by Karaka on the fly. Back for the reset. Fox in a bit high, but having to do the work to bring that ball through.
Karaka. Maybe obstruction in the attacking third. Fox will be able to let this one go. You can see Head and Watson doing the dance in the circle. Head said no, the ball went in anyway. An excellent refeed, but hangs it on the rim. And it is going to be an Australian throw-in. Great build-up. Just the execution letting the New Zealanders down at the final hurdle.
Yeah, but unfortunate because Head had a beautiful reset for himself there. And the New Zealand defensive unit working really well together to hold up that ball.
Costa coming in, that one on the rim. An Australian throw-in.
Just out of court. But great positioning from those New Zealand defenders to be able to set up for that ball. Nice pop by Costa.
Lovely work. Substitution here, looks like Thornton Stevens-Kingy is going to come back in to goal defence. Had some success there in the first half.
And I think throughout the week you've seen those connections build between Coca Smith and Kingy. And looks like the coaching team are looking to put that into play.
Deha Webster, great pass into Head. He was able to keep more on his back. That's the second one on the rim, but he will be able to get another crack at it. Makes no mistake on the third attempt. Positioning there, superb from the shooter.
Deha Webster going quietly about his work, but really making an impact, ensuring to make sure that those middies aren't able to find that circleage easily.
A reload there from Costa. Fox goes back to Asink. Webster now, Asink again. Trying to work through this Australian wall.
Nice middle drive by Fox to ease that pressure in. Zayden Head for the take.
Lovely,
Nice pop.
lovely sequence there from the New Zealanders. Pierre Deha Webster, just very unassuming in its centre, but always in the right place at the right time.
Absolutely, and again, like I mentioned, but just being able to hold those middies off that circlage for as long as he can, make sure that they're not an option for that refeed. And the defenders putting that pressure on Sampson, unable to finish that shot.
Webb.
Deha Webster with his back to the ball.
Costa putting that one in. Fox, oh, are they ready? What a pass.
Beautiful vision by VJ there to see Head wide open for that shot.
I was wondering whether they were going to see Joe Watson coming. They did. Easy goal for the New Zealanders.
Nice little south feed by Costa, and he finishes quite nicely.
Lovely work there by Denzel Costa.
So our coaching team we have here for New Zealand, we have Pete McInnes and we have Tony Archie sitting in the assistant role. A great pairing. They've done some work together at Netball Waitakere out west in Auckland there. So bringing those connections through to the team. They've done some good work this week with the team.
Growing the next generation of youngsters.
New Zealand men's and mix have appointed their coaching positions for 2 years this year. So another great opportunity for some continuity and being able to really consolidate.
Particularly working through their entire pathway. Of course, you're talking about the appointment of 2 years. Helene Wilson, the head coach of the Net Blacks. What does she bring to that Net Blacks outfit, and what can she impart as they look to rebuild and restructure?
Oh, look, I'm not in the camp, so I really don't know. But looking outside in, it looks like she's able to bring that professional element to their game, ensure that they know what is expected of them at the highest level, and I think that she herself has done a great job in inserting herself and just getting to know the men's game.
I believe that was a replay call there against Denzel Costa. Tried to replace the penalty, and umpire Carly Brown was saying nope. While there is a lot of inexperience in that net black side, Murray, Cruz Tangiera, their captain, will skip the side very well. He has been a stalwart for men's and mixed netball in New Zealand.
Absolutely, and he is a very big advocate and advertiser for men's netball. He's done fantastic things over the years to make sure that New Zealand men's netball have a platform.
Oh, did Tiao get a tip to it? Yes, he did. You just wonder whether Wade Moore was just waiting for that ball to come to him. Tiao with a touch more desperation.
Good space.
It's going to be tough to go over the big South Australian in Joe Watson.
Some free ball there not being able to be picked up. Aussie just snapped that up.
I should apologise, Joe Watson, the Queenslander, I should be very clear. All our state programs producing great athletes at the national levels. We see another substitution. Karaka coming on here into wing defence.
I think Karaka's going to do a really good job at shutting Webb down. He's really got the energy to be able to run with him.
Coca Smith fires a rocket. I think that ricocheted off an Australian player. Tiao was able to clean it up.
Oh, and a bit of miscommunication there between Deha Webster and Head.
Costa swings things back to Moore. Lovely shot. Turn, fire, release. And with 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go here in the third, it is the Australians out by 28. Head. Tiao trying to get the rebound. It will be tipped out of court.
He'd just not been able to finish that shot, I think, if he maybe took that second longer.
Moore knew he was going to get done before the whistle was blown. Just hands things back to Head, who's able to finish things off.
A little bit of delay on that whistle.
Webb. There's the 1-2 to Sampson. Costa again trying to find the radar. It is back online.
Definitely with Costa in that shooting position. The New Zealand defensive unit have found it a little bit harder to get hand to ball.
On there, just over the fingertips of Karaka. Great pass from Webb. Saw that as he stepped on, Coca Smith stepped off, but he will get the rebound here, Coca Smith.
Nice tip from Kingy. Good pairing. Good pair work.
Karaka, Fox. See Head calling for the ball. Goes over to Deha Webster.
Nice front line drive from VJ. VJ has a beautiful shot on him. He just needs to be confident to go to post.
Well, we thought about going off the post there, Tia. Lovely hold from Head. Through the obstruction on Moore.
Just over 1 minute to go in this third quarter. We have Australia leading 47-20.
Lovely work there from Webb on circle edge. Just been able to control things in the midcourt all series.
I think the great thing about this New Zealand team is they've been able to grow. Throughout the week, they've had improvements game on game.
Speaking of, nice when your team Makes you look good there, Murray, and just tees up a beautiful centre pass set. We'll probably have one centre, maybe two left in this third quarter. 48 plays 21. Sampson, Webb.
Nice take from Costa.
It's a beautiful triangle too. Interesting decision there from Stevens King to jump. He had great pressure over the ball.
And he has that height. He has a beautiful stretch. I think if he just waited that couple more seconds longer, putting that pressure over that shot would have done him a lot better than jumping down.
Can the New Zealanders let one go? Head's going to have to get it off. Will he beat the buzzer? No. Stays in the hands. 49-21 at three-quarter time in this third and final test between the Australian and New Zealand under-23 men's teams. Both coaches will have 3 minutes to talk to the troops, issue some instructions.
I just want to, in this quarter break, want to make a big shout out to Australia Men's and Mixed Netball Association for hosting us here at the AIS. I think we're very privileged to be able to be led in to the Australian Institute of Sport, who produces top-level world athletes. I think that it's been an amazing week. I think that our teams have had a really good time. They've enjoyed the hosting, but more importantly, we've enjoyed the netball. It's
been a fabulous set of games across the week, and you're right, Murray, the opportunity also for the Australian athletes to come down and access the facilities here as well. You know, the world-class facilities which has produced so many gold medals for Australia over the years. It's just been great to also have that proper camp-like atmosphere. They've got the residents on site here, they dine on site, and they come and play on site as well.
And I think really important for these younger boys to see the commitment and the level of dedication that it takes to become a high-level athlete at that performance level.
A shout-out should also go to ACT Men's and Mixed Netball as well, the Griffins. The State Association have really got behind the Australians here, supporting as well their president, Tamara Weatherburn. They've really tried to roll out the carpet to ensure a great week of men's and mixed netball has been had here, which has been fantastic. Murray, if you've got one more quarter left in the 23 side, what's your primary focus with this last 15 minutes?
Oh, look, I think that they've done a great job throughout this game to really work on their defensive unit. I think the defensive unit has come on strong. They're connected well. And I think in this last quarter, the most important thing would be converting those shots.
We've got a few substitutions about to happen here in the fourth quarter. It looks like Ronan Pring is going to come back in at goal defence for the Australians. And it looks like Nate Wood is going to go back in to goalkeeper for the New Zealanders. Pierre Dihar-Webster will continue in at centre as well. We're just waiting for confirmation of those changes from the New Zealanders. 15 minutes of netball left in the under-23s division before the men's game at 7:30 tonight between the Australian Kelpies and the New Zealand Netblacks. You can go and get your Kelpies merch through the website and associated partners. Get decked out in your Kelpies gear. It appears that there are no changes for the New Zealanders as they head back out on court.
And I think that's a nice of the coaching team to have trust in this seven to be able to finish off for the team. I think it's also, there's an opportunity here for them to be able to play some of those players off the bench, give them some experience at this level of netball. It's a big ask to claw back from 21-49. So I think there is an opportunity here to be able to play that bench and give them some experience.
Costa with the hold. That time Stevens King did just try and keep the distance. Good strength there from Karaka to be able to take the centre pass.
Karaka's intensity has been fantastic throughout this whole game.
Nice one there from Zayden Head.
One thing I found with this Aussie side is that there's always two options to the ball, which I think is really important in any netball, right?
It is something which they pride themselves on, having those two options. Trying to not just out-physical a team, but out-netball them as well. Be able to swing the ball to the side and wait for it. Just through the hands of Head there. Sampson Costa very high in the circle. They're trying to roll things through. Lovely goal line pop. Back-to-back goals for the Australians. Lovely split from Costa coming through.
King getting some really nice vertical height on that jump.
Australians continuing almost identically with their percentages through 3 quarters. 49 from 64 at 77%. Meanwhile for the Kiwis, 21 from 34 at 62%. So remaining steady there.
Nice pick up from Karaka.
And for both of these teams as well, Murray, while this lead may have blown out a little bit, you'll still be wanting to impress coaches that are watching as well. These are the feeder sides into the Australian Kelpies and the New Zealand Net Blacks.
Oh, interesting call from the umpire there. I believe VJ did have that ball in court while he was still up in the air. Sorry, Sam.
They'll try and work it out here, the Australians. But Murray, you never know who might be watching. You know, Nerida Stewart, the Australian Kelpies coach. Julie Fitzgerald's been around as well. Also some brains trust from New Zealand. So you always want to be playing your best netball regardless of the circumstances when you don the uniform for your country.
Absolutely, and I think that it's a privilege to be able to represent New Zealand at any level. And I think these boys know that, and they've been showcasing their skill quite nicely.
Speaking of showcasing skill, Coca Smith. Lovely intercept there.
Nice dodge for Karaka to be able to refeed.
Wade Moore with the reply. Saxon Hay. It's been a good setup so far for the Australians. Costa. Rolls things in.
One of the things in New Zealand that we're finding a little bit of a barrier for the growth of men's netball is the pick-up by our schools and ensuring that they provide a platform and a pathway for boys to be able to be exposed to netball at a grassroots level.
That's interesting you say that, Murray, because that is one thing that some state associations in Australia have really gotten on board with in the last couple of years. I can speak particularly from New South Wales. They've got schools cups as well for boys netball at both the primary and the high school level now as well. And that is just flowing through more boys picking up the game, leading into their state associations.
And look, if we look forward to the Olympics hosted by Australia in Sydney in 2032 for netball to get into that framework, it's important that men's and women's netball is at that level.
Part of that Olympic charter for that representation. I will just make a semantic only because the rivalry between Australia and New Zealand, it will be the Sunshine State hosting the Olympic Games, only because I know the Queenslanders listening on the channel will be
my apologies on that one.
In wanting me to ensure that they know that one is going there. Great pick up there from Samson. But you're right, and it's particularly something when netball has put a stake in the ground and said, we want this to be an Olympic sport. And so working towards that, there are a series of checkpoints. You look at team sports like rugby, who have come into being an Olympic sport. It's a similar pathway, a similar model they can follow to be able to rise, to bring the game to the highest level. A couple of substitutions coming on here as well. Looks like Max Denholm has come in at goal attack. And Ben Ryan has come back on at goal shooter. That's a lovely goal line pop from him.
Calm, composed, finishing off that shot quite nicely. Going up the back door for that centre pass received to Asink.
Asink, Dihar Webster.
VJ Toe running that front line.
There's Head.
Saves the ball. No, it's an out of court.
Long release from Nate Wood. He's able to find Jordan Webb. Lovely refeed there to Ben Ryan. Now Denholm.
Coca Smith doing a power of work. He gets hand to ball, tips it out of court.
Just gotten better and better as this game has progressed, Mason Coca Smith.
Bit of a tussle on that circle edge and challenge between Webb and Deha Webster.
Lovely work there from Denholm. And it's what you spoke about before, Murray, about the New Zealanders just being able to string together good passages. They actually had a really nice third quarter. It was only 18-10. But now you look at the start of this fourth quarter, 12-1 so far. We're about at the halfway marker. So New Zealand have put together some really nice passages, but they've just switched off for periods of time.
Absolutely. You know, I think if you look at it, you know, we're coming into the hour mark of the game, and you know, legs has a lot to do with it. Having that fitness, having that level of intensity throughout the whole duration of the game. I think that's something that you know, New Zealand will reflect on and come back to.
Saxon Hay playing the offline defence. Coca Smith with the tip. Can Asing keep this in? He can. Great pass to Tiao.
Al Fox seems to have only one vision sometimes when he's releasing that ball, and it's probably important for him to look at all options throughout the court. Oh, beautiful offload by VJ there to Zayden.
Webb goes across to Denholm.
Just under 7 minutes to go in this match, with Australia leading 62 to New Zealand's 23.
So we see another tip there from Webb. So as this sort of Trans-Tasman window closes for these 23s and mixed sides, what's coming forward? You mentioned that a new board's been appointed for men's netball in New Zealand, men's and mixed. What's that calendar looking forward to the end of 2024 and into 2025?
Well, from what I understand, they are looking at their strategy, which they'll be coming into in November, looking at what their calendars look like, looking at those development pathways, and looking at what they can do to help. Oh, beautiful read by Coca Smith there.
Flew across. Took it at the transverse line. Talk about a hunt. Read it beautifully.
Power of work by that defensive unit. Coca Smith being my MVP pick of this game for New Zealand. Just an amazing read of the ball.
Denholm again.
And those at home wouldn't be able to see, but we have both the Australian and the New Zealand mixed teams supporting their 23 sides, which is great to see. And I think that, again, really important that these more experienced netball players support these younger boys.
Aaron Pring able to climb the ladder there. A lot of combinations these Australian athletes have done camps over the year in preparation for this series, so getting to know each other very, very well. Building that camaraderie throughout the entire Australian squad. Ryan.
And I think that's something that New Zealand, again, can learn from when it comes to their development camps and, you know, bringing everyone together. Obviously, logistics is always an issue, but if the states can do it across Australia, then I'm sure New Zealand will be able to.
Just waited there, did Saxon Hay. A great tip pass to Ben Ryan. Very effective work there for the Australians. They will also have their men's and mixed nationals next year in 2025. Becoming a real showcase of netball. Each year hosted by various states. A lovely give as he was flying out of court. Zayden Head. Al Fox was able to hit him with the refeed. He'll get a second attempt at it here.
And the Australian defensive pairing going up for the Harrison hoist.
Ineffectual that time. We'll see if they bring it out again. Oh, what a pass. Saxon Hay bisected the two defenders.
I understand one of the differences that over here in Australia is that the Australian Men's and Mixed Netball Association run their mixed and men's nationals side by side on the same week.
They certainly do. Yeah, you see a great collection of state sides We've been pushing 50 teams, I believe, across the championship over the last couple of years. I believe men's and mixed in New Zealand do it a little differently. They run independent nationals.
That's correct, yes. So we have our mixed nationals running over Easter weekend each year, with our men's nationals running through the early September stages. I think that gives the men an opportunity to be able to experience both sides of the game.
Wood trying to contest over the top of Zayden Head. Tia looking for the option, eventually draws the contact on Pring.
Whereas he does have that beautiful shot that he's able to go to post, and we just haven't seen that from him today.
Saxon Hay. Ryan again. Struggled a little bit with the radar in the first half. That shot is good. Bit of a gamble there by Al Fox. An enormous leap while the whistle was happening.
Whistling while he was up in the air, so yes, it is a risk. But he did get aerial on that.
Students kicking short to TR.
Both Cocker and Fox on the same side on the circle edge. I think it's important that they balance each other and balance that circle out.
It draws the contact on Pring. Rolls another one home. It's like Jed McIntosh. It's going to come off. Zayden Head goes off to a raucous round of applause, as he should. He's been superb for the 23s all week. Beasley steps on to goal shooter.
Very close to the 3 seconds there, but finishes that shot quite nicely.
Tiao. Great touch there from Wade Moore. They step on the gas pedal, the Australians.
2 passes and we're down court. I think the speed of that ball is phenomenal by Australia.
And the pop out by Ryan.
Jed getting some good air.
Almost coming around the corner there was McIntosh. Ryan able to get a hold of it.
New Zealand not able to complete that centre pass. Beasley still waiting for a touch on the ball and goal shoot.
Just under a minute to play here in the fourth quarter. Denholm, beautiful swing to Ryan. Off the post. McIntosh with the rebound.
Oh, and the no-look pass by Karaka.
Breaking out all the tricks. Tiao to finish. Just too fast. Collides with the post. The Aussies will be looking for one more here.
New Zealand just able to capitalise on that game.
Saxon Hay goes to Ryan. Lovely touch pass there by Denham. McIntosh around the corner. Last time he was a step too slow. That time it was perfect. They've got 20 seconds to reel off one more here, the New Zealanders.
I think it's important he looks into the circle there. Beasley setting up the screen.
Cocker, 10 seconds. Nate Wood. He's been superb all week at goalkeeper. They keep it in. They're trying to get into the circle, but the time will beat them. 71-26 to the Australians. A clean sweep in the under-23s division. They take the third test by 45 goals. Much like the second test, Murray, some bright spots for the New Zealanders, but there was always going to be an uphill battle against this very well-drilled Australian side.
Absolutely, and look, I think New Zealand can take some real great learnings away from this week. Look at what what they're able to rebuild on, and what we're able to take away from this series.
a real standout. Zayden Head up the front did a lot of work for the New Zealanders in putting that ball through the ring.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I think it's been great to see those connections build throughout the week. I think VJ has done a power of work in that goal attack position to be able to open up that circle and make Head available. I think VJ was able to go to post quite often and just didn't put that shot up. I think Coca Smith, though, he's had a bit of a blinder, winning a lot of ball. Would be interesting to see what those stats are.
Certainly was. Thank you so much for joining us here on AMNA TV for that third test of the Under-23s division between Australia and New Zealand. We will take a break now and come back at around 7:20 for the final event of the week, the big one, the Australian Kelpies and the New Zealand Net Blacks. For Murray Gardner and Sam Glazebrook signing off for now, and we'll see you for the men's series.
Round of applause for our Under-23s.
After 2 wins from 2 starts, the Australian Kelpies return home from across the Tasman to play in front of their home fans for the first time in 2024. They will be taking on a Net Black side who produced a brilliant first quarter in Game 2 and will be looking to build on their successes here in Canberra. From the Australian Institute of Sport, a special presentation of AMNA TV. It is the third test between the Australian Kelpies and the New Zealand Net Blacks. Good evening, everyone. Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai haere mai. Welcome into the AIS here in Canberra. Sam Glazebrook here with the president of men's and mixed netball in New Zealand, Tanya Anderson. We'll be hearing from Amarangi Malasala soon. Tanya, such an occasion, an open men's test to cap up what has been a brilliant week of netball.
Kia ora, Sam. Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi nui kia koutou I tēnei wā. Yeah, it is. It's been a wonderful week. We're very privileged to be here at the Australian Institute of Sport and to showcase our sport, men's netball.
Now, if we look at the New Zealand Net Blacks, probably 2 results that they will not have wanted. First off, a 50-goal loss followed by a 45-goal loss in Game 2. What that story doesn't tell, though, is that it was 15-14 at quarter time in that second test. Lots of promise from the Net Blacks.
Absolutely. I mean, in the showing promise, you know, the start in that second test shows that they can do this, or they can stay in the game. And I think that if they stick to their processes, listen to their coach, you know, yeah, what else can they do?
Helene Wilson is at the controls again for the Net Blacks this evening. 2 changes from their second test loss. This evening they look like this. Miakara Rareno is the goal shooter. Thompson Matsuku is the goal attack. Te Matahaipo Hines, the wing attack. Elliot Clark in at centre. Cruz Tangira, the skipper, in at wing defence. Ocean Grady, the goal defence. And Joe Tukaki is at the back in goalkeeper. Now, Helene, if we spin things around and we look at this Australian side, a very well-drilled outfit, a lot of continuity in this side. 9 of the 12 players were in the Trans-Tasman Series in 2023. They will present a formidable opponent for the Net Blacks this evening.
I totally agree with you. I think if we look at the Net Blacks, within that squad there are a number of experienced players, and it's their time to stand up, put their hands up and bring through these young players.
Head coach Nerida Stewart has made 3 changes from the side that got the job done in Auckland. A new look starting 7 this evening. Liam Kiley, the goal shooter. Brodie Roberts, the goal attack. Joe Miller gets the start tonight at wing attack. Liam Forcadia is the centre. Dylan Nexip, the wing defence. Josh Byron steps out to goal defence. Victor Nikolic getting the start tonight in at goalkeeper. We are only a couple of minutes away from getting the party started here in Canberra. This is the third test, the 4th to occur in Melbourne in a couple of days' time as this Trans-Tasman rivalry looks to continue to be shown across all screens in Australia and New Zealand, showcasing the brilliance of men's netball. Tanya, if the Net Blacks are going to make a fist of this tonight, what is one thing that they have to fix from Game 2?
Oh, I think that they need to, you know, everybody talks about sticking to the process, but I think, you know, they know that the Kelpies run and they just run hard. I think that they need to follow their lines. I don't think they need to drive onto the ball, but they just need to stick together. I think that sometimes they get caught isolating themselves, and then that way, then they find themselves isolated and nowhere to go. So I think if they stick together, follow the processes, listen to their coach, I think they'll do fine.
Plenty of experience on the Kiwi bench as well. I'm thinking about a player like Timothy Apasai as well, somebody who can really make an impact. Who off that bench might you be looking for should really come in and turn some momentum for the Net Blacks? Yeah,
I think, you know, there's some young ones there, you know, some debutants too, but we've all played netball. They've all been exposed to netball. But I think the young fella, Liam Dalton, he's got one of the highest yo-yos we've had. You know, he'll just run all day long.
We're now going to hand you to court announcer Luke Coombe for the introduction of both sides and the anthems.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is our main event of the evening. Before we begin, I wish to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people as traditional custodians of the land we are meeting on and recognise any other people or families with connection to the lands of the ACTN region. I acknowledge and respect their continuing culture and contribution they make to the life of this city and this region. I would also like to acknowledge and welcome other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who may be attending today's event. We are now on for the Net Blacks versus the Kelpies. Give me a cheer! First, I would like to welcome on the Net Blacks. In goal shooter we have Mikaela Rareno. Goal attack Thompson Matuku. Wing attack, Timothy Hines. In centre, we have Elliot Clark. Wing defence, Cruz Tongira. In goal defence, Ocean Grady. In goalkeeper, Joe Tukaki. Our substitutions are Tanea Papa, Tinia Upperside, Dylan Bartels, Liam Dalton, and Ediaka Burko. And they are coached by Helene Wilson. Their manager is Nicola Kemp, and the physio is Julia Law. It is now time for your Australian Kelpies. In goal shooter, we have Liam Kelly. Goal attack, Brody Roberts. In wing attack, we have Joe Miller. Our centre is Liam Boccadia. Wing defence, Dylan Nexon. Goal defence, Josh Byron. Goalkeeper, Victor Nikolic. Substitutions are Jerome Gilbarn, Draven Lee Toroa, Riley Richardson, Jack Vandervelde, and Alistair Puncheon. And they are coached by Meredith Stewart, assistant coach Julie Fitzgerald, manager Beth Rodwell, physio Karina Floyd, and our performance analyst is Caitlin Jones. If you are able to, I invite you to stand for the national anthems. Please remain standing for the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. With golden soil and velvet toil, our home is cut by the sea. Our land abounds in nature's hills of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage of us Australia bear. In joyful strains, and let us sing of us Australia
Our umpires for this
Always
event
a
are
special
Justin
occasion.
Barnes and Corey
Test
Nichols,
netball
with Zach Middleton as the
between
reserve.
the two arch rivals from across the ditch. Our officiating crew today, Justin Barnes and Corey Nichols, are the umpires. Zach Middleton is the reserve. Both sides just about to break their huddles. It will be the Kelpies Running to the right of your screen in the gold, it will be the Net Blacks in the black and blue. There's going to be centre Elliot Clark to get us underway this evening. Test netball in Canberra. See Tangira, the captain, getting his hands on the ball early. Hines swinging things across to Matsuku. A new look Australian circle. Josh Byron stepping out to goal defence. Victor Nikolic getting the start tonight. High arcing shot from Matsuku. He'll get a reload. And the first one is on the board for the Net Blacks.
They'll be happy with that start. I'm pretty sure that'll settle the nerves for them.
Time just being held just while we clear the court. The Australians here on their first attacking raid. Tangira making a contest of Forcadia. They go on quickly. Roberts, that classic front sweep. He's been doing it for a number of years in the Kelpie setup, Brody Roberts. There's Hines. The centre here is Clark. The eyes went left and right. Almost a hell ball. Tangira with the pass. There's Matsuku, the long hold, but just a little bit too strong from Rareno.
I think they need to try and get off that hold, probably pull a player away, pull out of the middle so someone can punch through.
Byron onto Roberts. Forcadia races to circle edge. Big, strong hold of Liam Kiley. Back-to-back goals for the Kelpies. There's Miller. Well, Tangira was able to disrupt Roberts then, who needed 2 goes at it.
I think the communication in that circle with that defence, they need to work a little bit harder, keep communicating. And the offload, always on the offload.
3 in a row for the Kelpies.
Not the start that the Net Blacks wanted, so let's hope. Oh, there we go. Turnover, stepping for Elliot Clark.
Footwork call there against Clark. That will be the challenge for it, won't it, team? To hang on to the coattails of the Australian side and not allow those big runs.
That's exactly right. They want to hold on and they want to just keep this game nice and close. I think that there's a little bit of nerves starting out there.
Brody Roberts again on the march for the Kelpies. Out over the line. It was Miller on the second option. Lovely look off there. Kiley with all the space in the world.
I think the Net Blacks need to work really hard on that centre pass. There's no pressure on the first phase.
Forcadia just a little close. A little bit of a let off there. Contact by Joe Miller. Here is Hines. They go via the floorboards to Rareno. Josh Byron. So experienced in the Kelpies setup. Came through the pathway for Australia. Kiley, they race down court. Roberts looked off Kiley. Roberts looking for some options. Roberts stepping in, flicks the wrist. Here is Nexip. Lovely pass to Kiley, the long step in.
I think the Net Blacks is getting caught a little bit, heads down. They need to work together as a team in that back door. That's better footwork from Thompson.
Swings things across to Tangira. Hines. And again on circle edge. Matsuku, we know he can put them up from here. Bang!
That'll settle the nerves.
Excellent work from the goal attack. Second phase depth from the Australians. Promising. Kiley with a set shot. Don't often see that from the big Victorian.
That was a smooth transition straight down the court, running their lanes, straight into the circle, and a good finish for the Australians.
Tangira. Lovely hole from Rareno. And the quick layup as well. Beat Nikolic for position.
Yeah, Rarino's very athletic, very athletic. If they get ball in hand to him, he'll go straight to the post.
Next it just surveying his options. Forkadia, lovely touch pass from Kylie. Saw that he was in a net black wedge. Just tipped it to Roberts. The Victorian connection on display.
Hines trying to push through that front wall from Australia. Another turnover.
I think Grady there just a little keen to get going. Miller into the pockets of Forkadia. Kylie's got the hold. Kelpies have flown out of the blocks here in Canberra. 10-3 with just under 5 minutes gone here in the first quarter.
The Net Blacks will want to try and pull this back. They'll want to consolidate, score their own centre pass and try and turn over a ball.
There's a great tip there from Tukaki. Miller waiting for some options. Kylie with the refeed.
We can see the Net Blacks warming up already on the court, on the side of the court.
Clark. I said put it in the air. That's always going to be dangerous around Victor Nikolic. And the Aussies are off to the races. It opens things up. Kylie to put the exclamation point on it.
I think the Net Blacks need to just stop and take a little bit of a deep breath. Try and bring it together, bring their, connections back together. And, just work on that front short pass.
With Tukaki, do you think he's better off trying to dance around the body of Kylie a little bit more and confuse the space?
Yeah, I think that he probably does need to, get around. There's no point in sitting on the front of him because this is going to pop it straight over the back. So
that was a better approach there from the Kiwis. They went via the floorboards to Rareno. And time being here, we've got a substitution already. Apapa coming on for Clark.
Yes, Tane Upper comes from the North Harbour Club. Quite a versatile player, so he can play in all areas of the court.
Just 24 years of age. The young centre. He will be at the controls for the Net Blacks now. And he'll be called into action here. This miscommunication falls into the hands of Dylan Nexip. This relentless speed from the Australians. The drop-off from Roberts, the control from Kylie is superb.
I think the Net Blacks need to get in front of the players, the Australian players, put some arms up, put some pressure on, so that's going to help Tukaki down the back there.
Oh, a beautiful set run by the Kelpies. Kylie comes out, Roberts to the post. The pass was superb.
Yeah, pretty easy access for the Australians at the moment. I think when the Kiwis go short, if they play the short game, they have more success. So, let's hope that they,
It's a really nice front hold there from Rareno as well. And it's going to be a tough ask to go over the top of Victor Nikolic, so he may go to that option more. Roberts with the quick pass. He saw Tukaki had come out for the hunt. Quick hands from the Victorian.
Kiwis having a little trouble there on their centre pass.
Just through the hands of Ocean Grady. Now the Kelpies to work this down the court. Forkadia, Roberts. Looks off Miller. They switch the point of attack. And again, bisects the two defenders. A crisp set there from the Australians. It's going to prompt a change. Timothy Apasai is going to come on to goalkeeper. Tukaki to the bench. What do you think head coach Colleen Morse will be looking for from Apisai here to change up the defence for the Net Blacks, Tanya?
Yeah, Timmy's quite an experienced player. He's good in the air, elevation. Hopefully he'll get around and, disrupt that space and try and hopefully pick up a couple of balls back there.
Rareno thought it like he was going for the layup, dished it off. We'll reset here, the Net Blacks.
Kiwis need to keep that ball out of the air. You know, the Australians are too good in the air, so that short front pass will work for them. They just got to be patient.
It's going to be Matsuku who rolls that one in. So we see more fans filing in here to AIS Arena. It is a sellout this evening for this test between the Kelpies and the Net Blacks. Again, the triangle work from the Australians. So crisp. That's Roberts' first miss of the evening. He's able to get it back, though. The recovery from the goal attack.
Our two Kiwis sitting in the back there are sitting behind both shooters, so one of them needs to get around the front, put some pressure on that front pass.
Next sip. Finds Roberts. Here's Miller. And it's that patented move, Tanya, because he takes the leap before he takes the ball. He's able to just get himself an extra 2 or 3 metres and go closer to the post.
Yeah, and again, you've got Grady just sitting there and probably just watching and meeting them there instead of trying to probably get around the front.
Miller, beautiful pop from Kylie. He has been superb to start this third test.
Not the start the Kiwis would have wanted in the first quarter. Looks so different to the last game, the second test, so they'll want to. Oh, beautiful ball in there. They'll want to tighten up.
Rareno does very well to clean things up. Gets it on to Matsuku. Hines looking for some options. Goes in short. Matsuku, high arcing shot. That's going to have snow on it when it comes down, but it will go through the rim.
Yes, an absolutely beautiful shot by Matsuku.
We'll see another substitution. Ocean Grady coming off. Bartels coming on. Dylan Bartels into goal defence. Oh, Roberts and Kylie that time. Not quite ready. Roberts with the no-look pass. Bartels with the first tip straight away.
The Net Blacks will want to score this. It's a turnover, so they'll really want this. They really need this. Someone punching through. It's beautiful. Well done, Cruz.
Great stop on the transverse line as well from Tangira. Hines waiting for a front option. Has to give it to Rareno, but too long. You short up, go to the opposite pocket there, and probably needs to look top circle to help out his wing attack.
Yeah, absolutely. They're getting pushed wide, and he needs to come back around to the 45s.
Roberts. Thought about again going into Kylie. Elects to take the safe option to Miller at the top. He's going to let one go from range? No. The drop off again.
I think if Bartels keeps sitting at the back of the shooter, he's going to get nothing back there. He needs to get around in front. He'll have more luck there.
Hines. Tangira. Heavy collision between Nexip and Upper in the centre court.
No whistle called. Play on.
Tangira looking for options. Finds Hines. They're struggling to get over this transverse line, the New Zealanders. Going to work all the way back in the centre third. There's the held ball.
Yeah, great work by Australia. Great work.
Okadia. Miller. The top again to Kylie. You can see Apisai trying to confuse the space, but discipline just letting the defenders down at the moment.
Yeah, I agree, Sam. Discipline.
Roberts. Finds Miller. And again, Rhodey Roberts just running the decoy, waiting for the defender to lean off. And the easy pass into Kylie. We've got 90 seconds remaining here in the first quarter. 25-7 in favour of the Kelpies at the moment. Athletic pass there from Rareno, able to reset things to the transverse line, but Bartels almost passes it straight to his opposite number in Josh Byron. Got Forcadia, the drop pass. The Australians are in high gear to start this one. A bullet to Roberts. Kylie just able to out-muscle Apisai for position.
I think if Apisai had gone slightly earlier, he may have caught that. He may have got that.
Get another crack at it here. They've scored 5 in a row here, the Australians, 8 of the last 9. These are these surges of momentum we spoke about that the Net Blacks will have to counter. Tangira to Bartels. The other thing I'm noticing, Tanya, is that the Australian attackers are right up on that transfer line, so there's no let up for the Kiwis when they reset.
Absolutely. It's relentless.
You heard the call, put it up, Tim. He does. He'll get a second crack at it with the obstruction from Josh Byron. On the reload, that one is long, and Nikolic is only too happy to oblige. That is quarter time in this third test between the Australian Kelpies and the New Zealand Net Blacks. 27-7 here at AIS Arena. And we are going to make a substitution in the commentary box. Tanya Anderson is going to step out for a little while. And I'm very happy to welcome in a Trans-Tasman champion. Amorengi Malasala is going to join us. Amorengi, good evening to you.
Thank you for having me here today.
Such a big occasion, an opens test to cap off the weekend. But let's start with your series win, a 2-1 win to the Kiwis in the mixed division. You've got to be happy with today's result.
Yeah, really happy with how the team came together. Obviously, we were really disappointed with our first test match loss, but we did a lot of reflecting, analysing, and we stood up when it really counted, so I'm really proud of the team.
So far, not going to plan for the Net Blacks at the moment. The Kelpies have roared out of the blocks. What's one adjustment you think they need to make going into the second quarter?
I think particularly in the mid-court area, we just need to treasure the ball a lot more and just citing more options. We're sort of looking back, and ideally we want to be looking forward, so maybe for the Net Blacks they can just hold possession better and just provide more options.
It was a 27-7 first quarter. That is so far the Kelpies' best effort across the test series. 19 goals in game 1, 15 in game 2. We spoke at the top of the broadcast, Amorengi, about the fact that the Kelpies only won the first quarter by 1 in that second test. Do you think that may have been something head coach Nerida Stewart might have spoken to about the boys about starting effectively in this third test?
Yeah, I think a start of any game is really crucial. So I know Nerida really well. She coached me actually for the Panthers netball team while I was living in Sydney. So she's a really clinical coach, and she's been in the high performance environment for a very long time. So I don't think should expect anything less from the Kelpies.
96% for the Australian Kelpies to start that quarter. 27 from 28. 7 from 8 for the New Zealanders at 88%. So they've got to be happy enough with that percentage. The ball just not getting in the circle enough.
Yeah, and like what I spoke about earlier, the mid-court, they need to do a better job, probably hitting circle edge. And as men, they get a bit excited with the ball. So doing the groundwork, working the ball to circle edge, and then I'm sure the shooters in the circle will be available to lift the volume of shot going into this next half.
They've certainly got the experience to make a dent in this deficit, do the Net Blacks. Speaking of your experiences today, you obviously had the big colossus Patrick Collier out the front of you. What's it like to have a shooter of that size and magnitude to be able to work with and the options it provides for you out at goal attack?
Yeah, I think he was definitely our anchor in the attacking end. The options that he provides for us, there's so many different ways that we can feed him the ball. And he just really stands up and demands the ball. So as a team, as long as we could get the ball to him, he did the job very well. So, I haven't quite played with anyone of his height and size. So that was definitely an eye-opener, I think, for the whole team. But, he really stood up when it really counted. So, really proud of him. Such
an experienced campaigner is Patrick Collier. As we turn our attention back to this men's test, this is the third of 4 in the series. The series will move to Melbourne on Wednesday evening, and it will be the curtain raiser to the Diamonds and the Silver Ferns. Speaking of the Diamonds and Silver Ferns, 2 from 2 across the Tasman for the Silver Ferns, looking to snatch back that Constellation Cup. A great start for them.
Yeah, and I think it really lifts the morale for netball in New Zealand in general. So to see the Silver Ferns really lead from the front, it gives hope that, the Ferns is definitely a team that we want to be representing in the future. And, as we can see here in the men's, maybe that can inspire them to keep growing in their game too.
Couple of changes for the New Zealanders. It looks like Ediata Verco has come on at wing attack. An unchanged 7 to start the quarter for the Australians. Brodie Roberts releases a bomb to start off. One pass off the circle. There's Bartels. Looks like Hines has also stepped into centre again.
And you can see the Kelpies, they're really tight man on, and that's their style of play. So, as for the Net Blacks, they need to probably do the work to get rid of their players. And sure enough, they get the ball into the circle. Makaira Raireno with the first goal of this second quarter, sorry.
Really nice start. Going over the top of Victor Nikolic and Josh Byron is no mean feat. So fantastic athleticism from the shooter, Miller, to Roberts. Swings things back to Forkadzia. They're trying to keep the Australians off circle edge, but they go straight down the middle there. They just were able to get that box a little bit wide and get an opening through the centre.
Yeah, and Liam's really good at doing that. I know Liam from Fast Fives last year, and he's an experienced player, and he knows how to find the shooters in the circle. So as the defensive end in the Net Blacks, they need to do a better job to shut that middle.
Verco, lovely touch pass to Raireno. A footwork call, though. They did all the right things. Just fell at the last hurdle. Roberts goes to Miller. Able to take the bump and the pirouette off there. We can see Api side. That one's going to be short. Who's going to get to it first? It will be the Net Blacks.
Beautiful clearing pass there by Cruz Tangida.
Such an experienced campaigner is Cruz Tangida. He's been a focal point in men's netball for so long. So they have to go all the way back to Bartels. Here is Verco. Another held ball is stifling Australian defence.
And you can see Idiota really demanding players to come forward, and hopefully they'll be able to provide better options this next centre pass.
Roberts goes straight up the middle to Kylie again. Excellent short pass, that shooter-to-shooter connection working so well for Australia. Verco.
And you can just see the hesitation that the Net Blacks are having, and it just shows the defensive pressure that the Aussies are doing, and the ball gets into the circle, and Thompson goes for this beautiful shot, but it looks like it's an attempt.
Yeah,
Successful shot there.
I'm sure if we asked him, he'd call it a pass, but Raireno able to clean up the crumbs. Okadia's going to swing things across to Mill. They're looking to split that circle. Roberts taking the front space.
Once again, the Aussies putting on a good defensive pressure. Having to go back a few times, but it gets into the circle eventually.
Oh, excellent pass from Hines. Raireno with a rare set shot, but it is effective. That was great balance from the centre, just waited for that gap to open.
Yeah, and the Kelpies are really agile, and so to sort of wait until their opening opportunity to let the ball go was really, really good there by the centre.
Defensive contact there by Brodie Roberts. First one of the game, great release from Tangira. Able to go over the mess into the attacking third. Here is Verco.
Good no there by Verco. Finds the shooters inside.
Matsuku, he has got the range to put them in from here. Goes over Nikolic. He will get a second crack at it here. High, arcing shot. That one again stops on the rim, and it will be an Australian throw-in. Kadia. Next step finds Kylie straight up the middle like a set of train tracks. Miller wanted to put the lob in, it had a little bit too much mustard on it. Again, the reset from the Kelpies. Tangira trying to come around the corner. There was a slither of space on circle edge, but gives away the contact to Roberts.
And a beautiful front cut there by the Kelpies goal attack, and does well to score that centre pass.
Verko. Matsuku, the big release, just too much on it. It still stays in play, and Josh Byron's going to be done for a replay. I think he thought that ball had gone out.
Yeah. And it's one of those things, you sort of need to, you still need to just play the game. You can't really look at the umpire. You just play what happens, and if the umpire calls it, he calls it. But otherwise, you just get on with it. And
Lovely.
a beautiful front cut there by Matsuku. However, gets turned over by the Kelpies.
Just ran out of room, and the Kelpies are off to the races. Big take from Kylie.
And the Kelpies get the next centre pass.
Heading towards halfway through this second quarter. Another win there for Cruz Tangira. Wants to go long. Tried to go into Rareno, not enough on it.
I don't think he was really expecting that, but at least we're still in the Net Blacks are in the goal third, so they have the advantage.
And again, the long arms of Nikolic just tipping that from Rareno's grasp. They want the 1-2. Matsuku wasn't ready for it. It comes off the noggin of Josh Byron.
I think that pass was the right pass, but it just probably needed to go more towards the body. And, just the execution of the pass could have been a little bit better. However, Rareno does well to successfully convert that centre pass. And we can see here that there are some rolling subs coming on. We've got Ocean Grady going into the goal defence position for the Net Blacks.
And he'll have a new goal attack to deal with as well. Jerome Gilbard stepping out for the first time into goal attack. Just past Rareno that time. Normally steps at the back. We've got a big, tall circle in for Australia now. Crafty left-hander.
And you can see Apise is trying to hunt the 45s. And you can see that he's going for it, but it's probably just a little bit of the timing that needs to be adjusted and read a little bit better.
Probably also a little more defensive pressure from the mid-court. It's got to be hard to time that when the ball's coming down so quickly.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that the hands over pressure will create that lifted ball. However, as you can see there, Ocean Grady gets a tip. He's really good at closing at his closing speed, so I'm sure he'll bring something different in the second quarter.
Started the game at goal defence, got taken off a bit of instruction from head coach Helene Wilson, so now probably looking to adjust as he comes in here.
Yeah, and I'm sure, when you get taken to the side, you sort of reflect, and I'm sure that he'll be able to adjust and make the changes that Helene Wilson has instructed him.
Hines. There's Matsuku. Matsuku again.
Yeah, doing a power of work in that front line. However, maybe just needs to get into the circle and then come back out if needed. Sort of playing like a third feeder option. But it's probably better to sit in the circle to create a double threat in the circle as opposed to being outside the circle, being a third feeder.
Liam Kiley doing a mountain of scoring for the Australians. Forcadia. Here is Miller. Let's swing things across.
And a successful rebound there by Ocean Grady. They're about to get up for that one.
I believe that was Kylie's first miss of the game. It's been brilliant so far. 26 of 27 now on the match. And a real opportunity as well for the goal shooter. His first start this series to show head coach Nerida Stewart, hey, I deserve a starting 7 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And in series like these, you can't really take anything for granted. So when you really put your hand up in these situations, you really got to relish and cherish these moments. And I think he's doing that very well.
It was like a Statue of Liberty then, just stuck out the right mitt, took it tall and strong.
And a nice first and second phase there by the Net Blacks.
Next it coming around the corner. Matsuku. Hines did well going out of court. He's got the range to shoot that, Matsuku.
And that's an asset of his. He can turn to post. We all know that. But when you see the margin like this, it's probably best to just, you've got nothing to lose. So just use that opportunity to play to your strengths, and that's him shooting from long range.
Contact call here on Tangira. Kylie straight at the middle. Quick pass off to Gilbert. I'm not sure he was ready for it, the goal attack. Kylie with a lovely pop.
Smart play there. He faked out, and then his goal shooter was available to secure that shot.
Verco fires a bullet to Rareno.
Beautiful pass there by Eriota Verco. Did well to bullet that past him while the D's head was down. However, the Net Blacks have the advantage of taking this possession of the ball.
Yeah, Apisai able to force a replay on Liam Kiley. So a chance for the Net Blacks to score their first back-to-back goals this game. Verco looking for options. Hoists it to Rareno in a straight-up jump. It's always going to be hard to beat Victor Nikolic. Vorkadia onto circle edge. He's going to wait for Gilbert to go on the front sweep. First one from the southpaw was no good. How's the second? Able to recover. Matsuku. Back to Grady. Just a contact call there on Miller. Matsuku again goes to Rareno. Looking for the swing across the circle. Wants the drive and drop. Here is Matsuku on the front sweep. Able to force an obstruction on Josh Byron. Does he take the shot here? He's going to let one go. High arcing. That's just going to bounce out. Nikolic, like white on rice, all over it. A tip there from Tangira. He's going to give the assist to Kylie. They stormed down the court there, the Kelpies.
The Kelpies electrifying coming down that mid-court area. You know, the Red Blacks' heads were down, so they just let that ball go, and they were able to score successfully.
Verco, that's a better pass into Rareno. Nikolic met him at the top, but the umpire says he did so illegally.
It does look like a little bit of a competition of who can get the ball down to their goal third the quickest, and both sides are doing that very well in these last few passages of play.
Coaches say they don't like to keep that ball in the attacking third. Too much of a mess in there, so get out of there, get in there, get into the attacking third quickly. And you're right, with the skill of these athletes, it's mere seconds.
They've got the vision, they've got the finesse and the X factor, I should say, to just have the courage to let the ball go, which is really nice to see. That is
New Zealand's first back-to-back goals in this third test. 41 plays 15. With about 2 minutes to go until half-time. Vorkadia, the drop-off, goes to Kylie again. Beautiful lay-in. Here's
Beautiful.
Grady.
Oh, sorry. Beautiful give and go there by Eriota Verco. Has quick hands, and Makoto finds Makaira Rairino standing nice and tall under that goal post.
Tries to go into Kylie. That's a bit long from Vorkadia. 90 seconds here for the Kiwis, just to string together a good 3 minutes heading into half-time. Matsuku, Rareno, Verco. Beautifully weighted pass, falling away there, Rosso Rareno. There's Byron. Miller and Gilbert, they're going to play a 1-2. Trying to set the back screen, a great jump from Apisai. Eventually it is an Australian goal. They've got 55 seconds here, the Net Blacks, to roll in one more. It's going to bounce off the hands of Eriota Verco. Next it wants to go straight to Kylie. Apisai met him at the top. It looked like he may have hurt himself here. The shooter, we hope he's okay. There was a big collision, both players just checking each other's all right.
And as you can see in both shooting circles, you know, the style of shooting is something that I don't really get to see in women's netball. But, you know, just seeing the excitement and the courage to go up for those layups, it can be quite dangerous, but this is how men's netball plays. So, and as you can see there's another layup, and it's really exciting to watch, actually.
A quick break. They're trying and go length of the court, the Kelpies. 6 seconds. They've got to go in. Kylie's going to have to put up a bomb. It rims out. 45 plays 16 here at halftime of the third test at the Australian Institute of Sport in Canberra. We're going to take a short break. We'll see you on the other side for the second half of this match between the Australian Kelpies and Net Blacks. the Australian Institute of Sport here in Canberra, the third test between the Australian Kelpies and the New Zealand Netbracks. Sam Glazebrook and Amarangi Malasala with you in commentary here. Amarangi, a better quarter for New Zealand that time, 18-11, but still plenty of work to do here in this second half.
Yeah, and as they approach the second half of this game, I am sure they're happy with the improvements made between the first quarter and the second quarter, but they've still got more to give in this third test match.
45 from 50 at 90% for Australia through the first two quarters. 16 from 19 at 84% for the New Zealanders. That percentage actually climbing from the first quarter break. Rareno doing the bulk of the damage, still 13 from 13 at a perfect 100%.
Yeah, and I think that's awesome. That's what you want from your shooters, to be able to turn and shoot. And as you can see, the accuracy 100%, 13 from 13. So, you know, as long as they work the ball and get the ball to him, the chances of him getting it in is 100%.
Particularly when you're releasing it from about a foot above the rim, it's a pretty high percentage shot. So we've got a couple of changes here for the Kelpies. Alistair Punchon has come in at goal defence. Jack Vandervelde into centre. Riley Richardson into wing attack. Draven Litarua in at goal attack. Everybody's out on court. The umpires haven't even left their chairs yet. Everyone's very, very keen to get things started in the second half. For the New Zealanders, it looks like Matsuku has gone into goal shooter. We've got, I believe that is Clark, who stepped into goal attack. Hines into wing attack. Tangira has taken the controls at the centre position. Martell's in at wing defence. Ocean Grady still in at goal defence. Timothy Apasai at the back.
All right, everybody, let's make some noise.
Second half action here from the nation's capital. Here is Richardson. Punch him with his first touch. There's Litarua. That was a hand, though. I believe that was from Bartels. Excuse me, that is Liam Dalton who's actually stepped in at wing defence. Gilbard, the strong take, back into his more accustomed shooter position.
And I think what Liam Dalton brings to the Net Blacks is his speed and his agility. He is quite fast. He does get a level 23 yo-yo, so I expect to see his athleticism in this next in this third quarter. Sorry.
God, I didn't even know the yo-yo went up to level 23. Gilbard along the goal line. Speaking of condition at Amarangi, that is one thing which we can look at men's netball, particularly in the past 5 years, that has gone up a level. These men out there now, they are proper athletes, proper, fully professional. Well, I say fully professional, they approach it like elite athletes, and their standard of conditioning has really increased over the last 5 years.
Yeah, and I think, seeing the Net Blacks and the Kelpies, who are two, really keen sides wanting to put men's netball on the map, I think it's really good to see that as a pathway for a lot of athletes from grassroots upwards to strive to be the best that they can be.
They went across the circle there, and Victor Nikolic was like a shark to a piece of fish, just came across and took it. It is Tarua. He's going to let this first one go. That beautiful is money.
Shot. Yeah, there was a beautiful high shot there by Todua. Sorry.
Hails from Western Australia. Does have New Zealand roots. Hines almost out of room. Jack Vandervelde will run all day. Gilbard now going to show off the range. That one is long.
The Net Blacks do well to put pressure on that shot. Timapisai does well to collect the rebound.
It's a long release down to Clark. Goes across now to Hines. Clark's going to uncork his first one of the evening.
And that's what Clark does best. He turns and shoots. We saw that a lot this year with the NZ when he played for the Mystics men's team. So I'm sure he'll bring something different to the Net Blacks in this third quarter.
Richardson, Litarua. First one was a beauty from Litarua. He's going to drop off for the second. It pinballs around in that circle. Al Punchin, so strong through the air. Liam Dalton being told to tidy up there from the umpire. 2 from 2 for Litarua.
Hines does a good job getting that first centre phase. You know, it did look a bit difficult, him getting that.
Jack Vandervelde just launched himself at that cross-channel ball. And in 3 passes, the Australians are down to their own circle edge. Vandervelde on the refeed. Got an offensive contact here against Litarua. This Tangira goes long to Dalton. Al Punchin again. Really imposed himself to start this one.
And you can see both sides are really hungry for every phase, every ball. So, you know, it's not very easy for these men to get a clearing pass. So they need to do the work in order to become available.
That was a beautifully weighted pass by Cruz Tangira. He placed it between Nikolic and Punchin. And Matsuku is able to reward his centre. Vandervelde almost stuck for options. Finds Gilbard.
The Net Blacks are doing really well to force the Kelpies to go back. However, Totoa does really well to find his goal shooter under the hoop.
Rolls another one in, does the big Western Australian.
Beautiful first and second phase between Clark and Hines.
Lovely pop forward from Clark. His first one was good. How's the second? Just as sweet.
And we love the celebrations that we see from Clark. Really confident shooter.
Richardson, Gilbard, Litarua. Exit, really trying to force Hines deep to prevent him from accessing that first phase. They've had to go back here, the Net Blacks. And a tip. He's going to put it in the hands of Jerome Gilbard.
And Dalton does well to get the turnover for the Net Blacks.
Here is Matsuku. Clark.
Beautiful front roll there by Chris Tangira to centralise the play.
They just want another go here. Clark Nikolic with the obstruction. Confident shooting from the goal attack.
And like I said before, Clark is a confident shooter, and he does have that connection with Matuku down in Wellington. So I guess it's a good combination for these two shooters who are quite familiar with each other to play in this game.
Litarua and Dalton get tangled up. Dalton was looking at the umpire, no whistle came. Crisp transition from the Kelpies. Go back this time off the centre pass, but still 3 passes. Gilbard with the refeed. He's run out of room there, the goal shooter.
And I think he was in the right shooting position. I don't think he needed to refeed that. He was, within his range. So, just turn to post. If that's your strength, just keep doing that.
Ocean Grady going to take things to the attacking transverse. Great turn and release from Clark. Matsuku to finish it off. They beat the Kelpies to position there, did the Net Blacks. Matsuku is going to go to the bench. Rareno is going to come back on at goal shooter. Nice hole for Rareno. Well, he thought the stop was good, but he dragged the pivot foot. Clark gets it right back, wrestles the Australian captain for the ball.
And that's awesome work by Clark to get straight back on D. I think sometimes players tend to keep their heads down and forget what's next, so that's awesome to see from him. And as you can see there, beautiful rebound.
That's an effort play from Elliot Clark. Rareno with the ball. Nikolic met him at the top. That one was clean. Both sides putting in some big efforts here in the third quarter. Dalton with the contact. They'll swing things across to Richardson.
And the Cowboys get the next centre pass. As you can see, the wing attack does a power of work trying to get that ball in the middle. Does well to hit the circle edge.
Riley Richardson. He's a fantastic distance runner as well as Riley Richardson. Loves his 5Ks and his 10Ks and just transitions beautifully into that wing attack role.
And as you can see on that centre pass defence, he bolted it down to the other transverse line, so I'm not surprised that he enjoys going for long runs, because for some athletes that's quite a task.
Again, Nikolic just came around the corner with that long arm. Apisai was out hunting. Ocean Grady with the cleanup, but it goes back to Vandervelde. Another opportunity here for the Australians. 56-21 with 5:22 to go here in the third. Taru is going to swing things top circle. He was waiting for Grady to come off the front. To go short to Lee Taru. Amazing strength not to go offside there from Richardson.
And as you can see there, Apisai was looking to go for the hunt on the outside, however left his other player, Grady, marking two players. So just need to be aware of when to pick and choose, when to hunt for the outsides.
John Grady, the long release to Clark. Thought about going short to Rareno. He's going to take the refeed. Just a little bit long that time. Nikolic the rebound. Vandervelde, great pass, turn inside at his shooter. Tairua, the drop off. Timothy Apisai, back straight into the post, so couldn't go back any further and get the 3 feet. And the Aussies just surging towards three-quarter time. They've scored the last 5. Oh, the touch pass from Jack Vandervelde.
Beautiful passage of play there. A little bit of a razzle-dazzle by the Cowpies, just letting that ball go.
Clark, Nikolic was out hunting. He was good enough to get it to Rareno. Lovely sequence from the Net Blacks.
Apisai just coming over the top there, gets called for contact.
It looks like he's getting beaten a lot of the time there, Timothy Apisai, but as a keeper down the back of that Amarangi, it's got to be hard when that ball is coming down so fast to be able to adjust quickly.
Yeah, you're right on that one, and I think that issue lies with the feeders, with the defenders in the front, trying to create the pressure to force the ball a lot higher and to maybe slow the ball down, so then Tim Apisai can have a look at having a go at either the 45s or up the middle, but at the moment it's hard when he's doing that on his own. So hopefully they can communicate with each other and see what they can do better.
Clark is going to continue to put them up from range. That one finds the mark. Vandervelde with the jump pass. Goes across. Lee Tarua. The two Western Australians connecting with one another.
Beautiful second phase drive there by Hines in the pockets.
Interesting that Rareno didn't go on with it there and instead elected to drop it off. Now he wants it. Now he puts it up. Nikolic was at the top. Clark got the rebound.
I think the Kelpies are doing really well to adjust to that jump shot, so they're really waiting to see when he's going up for the layup, and it hasn't worked in the last few instances, so hopefully they can make a few adjustments in that shooting end.
This communication between Nexip and Gilbard. There's Dalton, Tangira. There's Apisai. Again, they're trying to get through this Australian pressure.
Brady does well to look over the mess.
I was going to say, once they got that ball into the centre third, they're able to go with the long release. Clark's going to pop forward. Lovely sequence for New Zealand. Back-to-back goals again for the first time this quarter. There's Clark.
Beautiful give and go there by Hines and finds McLeod. Oh, sorry. Fortunately, wasn't able to capitalise.
Liam Dalton, though, gets it straight back. Another footwork call against the shooter.
And I guess when you get a turnover, it's really crucial to keep possession of the ball and just to take your time, slow everything down. Don't have to go 100 miles an hour.
Tarua on the attack there. And they've got 10 seconds here in the Net Blacks as we head towards three-quarter time. You know they're going to have to go. It's an offensive contact call. The Kelpies will try and bomb this in. They've got 5 seconds. You know the pass is going to come. Litarua and Gilbert are setting up. Here goes the ball. That is three-quarter time. The goal will not count. 63 plays 25 in favour of the Australian Kelpies over the New Zealand Net Blacks. An 18-9 third quarter. So, again, some positive signs there for the Net Blacks. Elliot Clark, a really nice addition in at goal attack.
Yeah, Elliot, I know him very well. He's got an awesome shot. His confidence comes from shooting as well, and I think he injected himself very well. I thought that Makaira Rairino was another tall target to start in the circle. However, just a few times got blocked on the shot, so maybe just finding his rhythm again, and you can only go up from here.
On the other side, if we look at the Australians, that was some crisp work in there by players such as Dravenli Taru as well. Alistair Punchon coming on in at goal defence. The big Victorian having a lot of impact down that end.
Yeah, and I think it's beautiful to see. You can see that there's that connection, as you say earlier, and it's really showing. So I'm sure that they will just only keep getting better and better going in towards this fourth quarter.
It is the final quarter just after this. After tonight, the series will head to Melbourne on Wednesday for the final test of the 2024 Trans-Tasman Series. The Australians have taken it the last 2 years. They won it 2-1 in 2022. The Kiwis getting the win in Game 2 that year, 56-46, their first victory against the Kelpies in over a decade. Last year, a clean sweep for the Australians in all 3 games. But it's great to see, Amarangi, that this Trans-Tasman feature becoming not only a regular fixture, but now being picked up by broadcast partners as well to showcase the great game of men's netball.
Yeah, and I think for men's netball in general, men's have a good connection with female netball, and they come into all of our trainings. So to see them on the international stage getting the exposure that they deserve, I think it's really exciting for youth, for grassroots players to aspire to be a Kelpie, to become a Net Black as well. So it's very cool to see. Before
we see that final test on Wednesday in Melbourne, our eyes will turn to RAC Arena in Perth tomorrow night for the third test between the Diamonds and the Silver Ferns. What's impressed you most about the Silver Ferns in their first 2 outings?
Yeah, I think the Silver Ferns would have reflected a lot after the Tiny Jameson Cup. So going into the Diamonds, you know, you've got to be on top of your game, and I'm sure they've, you know, discussed a lot, and to see everything that's probably been discussed and showcasing that on the court, I think that's really rewarding for the Silver Ferns. And yeah, it's been really cool to watch, I must say. And yeah, I'm sure they'll just keep getting better and better.
Rivalry between the two countries across all divisions of men's and women's netball as intense as ever as well. You can also go get your Kelpies merch on their website through their partners as well, looking fantastic, decked out. We've had a great crowd here at AIS Arena over the entire week, showcasing the brilliant game of men's and mixed netball. A recap of the results in the 23s division: it was a clean sweep to the Australian under-23 side at 3-0. The mixed division produced a brilliant series. The Australians took game 1 at 48 goals to 40. The New Zealanders, they were able to reply 53 goals to 48 in game 2, and then a driving finish today in the third match. The Kiwis winning it by 6 goals and retaining the Trans-Tasman Trophy in the mixed division. Some shooting stats from that third quarter: 14 from 16 for Rareno, 5 of 8 from Matuku, 6 of 8 from Elliot Clark across the match so far. Meanwhile, for the Australians, 63 from 39 at 91%. Still keeping their percentages nice and high. We're about to get started here in the fourth quarter. Looks like there's just been one change for the Australians. Liam Fokadia coming in at wing defence. The captain, Dylan Nexit, taking a break. It appears the New Zealanders are unchanged coming out of the break. Itaroa, he thought about the drop-off. Elects to go into the pocket to Richardson, and they swing the triangle beautifully.
And as you can see, Hines is doing a power of work to come off that centre pass. However, the Kelpies goalkeeper comes out for the intercept, and you can see that swift pass there by Liam Fukadilia.
Victor Nikolic has been fantastic this evening. Got the start in at goalkeeper. Litaru is going to take the refeed. Goes over Timothy Apisai.
Beautiful high release shot there by Lee Todor. Does well to come off the line. Bullet pass there to his partner in the circle.
Richardson and Dalton get tangled up. You can see them trying to sandwich the New Zealand defence. That gives Lee Tarua all the room to move at the front. That's us off the noggin of Dalton. Gilbert hangs one on the rim. It's usually deadly accurate is the Australian shooter, currently 14 from 17. Tangira, Clark, open things up beautifully for Areno. Was able to get the Australian keeper on the other side, swung the netball beautifully.
Yeah, and there was an awesome finish there by Makara Rairino, and the Net Blacks get another opportunity to have a crack at three-quarter attack. And you can see here the Kelpies are trying to take up that space in the middle channel, so the Net Blacks will have to do a power of work to become available. And as you can see there, the Kelpies have managed to turn the ball over. Looks like Dalton has a bit of a knock, may have got a knock to the nose.
Gilbard's shot eventually finds the bottom of the net after bouncing around. And you can see there Fokatia and Punchin trying to sandwich Hines. Eventually gets out for the pass. Rareno with the drop pass. Clark did well to catch up to it. And the turnover.
And as you can see there, the whole Net Blacks mid-court were sort of at the top of the circle. So I'd like to see maybe just spreading out a little bit more to draw the defence out, so then it's a clearer pass.
I'm just going to take a little pause, a little breath. Gilbart's going to hang another one on the rim. He's able to get his own rebound. Apisai wanting Ocean Grady to drop early. Just a step behind, attacking that pass to Richardson. Lovely shot there from Litarua. Deep feed to Hines. That was a really crisp setup off the centre pass there for the Net Blacks. Might be able to hear Helene Wilson in the effects mic telling Rareno to stay tall, stand straight, so that he can present that target, because there is a risk, Amarangi, that in trying to be strong and hold position, you get low and then your feeders can't sight you as easily.
Yeah, and you're right on that one. And, you know, standing tall, you're more visible, so try not to slouch down. That gives the defender an opportunity to come over the top. So I think that's probably what Helene Wilson is referring to. Beautiful change of direction there by Hines. However, gets tipped by the Kelpies, but Cruz Tangita does really well to regather the ball.
Again, Rareno and Nikolic battling for position that time. The victory goes to the keeper. Richardson did very well to throw out the anchors and stop on the edge of the circle. He's going to let this one go, Litarua.
Beautiful high release on that shot. And as you could see on that centre pass for the Kelpies, they did an overload, and what the overload does is it shifts the whole play to one side, and as you can see there, the Kelpies were successful in getting that ball down that same channel, and the Net Blacks were nowhere to be seen.
Excellent work from Litarua.
Nice first, second phase there by the Net Blacks. Slowly working the ball down to the circle. Tangita does well to find Rareno.
Will be a New Zealand throw-in. Clark trying to just clear some space. It's a little bit closer. Him and Punchin have been playing cat and mouse during the second half. Rareno, a great effort to pull in the rebound, just floated out of court. Looked like he had time up there to have a cup of tea before tipping that one back in.
You're not wrong.
More substitutions coming. Brodie Roberts going into goal shooter for the Kelpies. Looks like Apapa also coming back onto goal defence. Bit of a new look here for the Australians, putting Roberts in at shooter, looking to go to a faster, more moving circle than traditionally with Gilbard or Kylie up the front.
And you can see the speed there by Hines. He did really well to draw the pocket, and it was a clear pass straight into Rareno. First
touch for Apapa, and he throws an absolute beauty into the shooter. Richardson to Litarua. One bobbles in and out for Roberts. Apisai very happy to take the rebound. Tangira has to hoist it to Clark. They've just run out of room there, the New Zealanders. Every pass was desperately taken. Roberts looking for the refeed.
Beautiful triangle there by the Kelpies. The Net Blacks having to turn their heads, not really sure where the ball's going. The Net Blacks slowly working the ball in.
Rareno. Was a contact on Punchin. Clark has shot them from this range, but he's going to try and go short and does so successfully to Rareno. Be interesting to see if the Net Blacks break their highest score of the series. It is 34 goals so far, the total they put up in game 1. Just 30 in game 2, so they've already surpassed that. For the Australians, 84 goals in game 1, 75 in game 2, so they will also break their game 2 total. Lovely crab crawl there from Rareno. Positioned his body, shielded the defender so he could get closer to the post and was able to draw the contact. And now a break against the Kelpies. Heavy collision. Tangira and Richardson.
Tangira does well to get back up.
And Liam Forcadia being told to have a seat for 2 minutes. 6 on 7. The umpire obviously thinking that the contest was dangerous.
We can see here that they're changing the captain's badge to Roberts, standing in the goal shooter position. One man down in the last 5 minutes of this game.
Be interesting to see how both teams approach this last 5 minutes, because you know the Kelpies will probably want to go up again. The New Zealanders will want to make use of the extra man, but they will still have to make sure they play fundamental netball. Van der Velde. Richardson just opens up. Van der Velde's going to try and reel this in. Excellent pass from Lee Tarua. Roberts thought about the lift. Dalton.
And as you guys could see, the defenders and the Net Blacks were able to do a hoist, and Liam Dalton did really well to collect the intercept just outside the circle.
We had Murray Gardner on the call for the 23s game. He reminded us it was affectionately known as the Harrison hoist.
Yes, that is very true. Anna Harrison is very, she was the one that basically made that move up, and I've been very fortunate to play alongside her. So to see that signature move done in games like these, it's awesome to see.
It's Tangira. Clark's going to let this one go. That is good. That's 3 in a row for the Net Blacks. The first time they've stitched together a trifecta of goals in this match. Just miscommunication between Lee Tarua and Richardson. And it's just going to give the New Zealanders some room to move down here. Rareno. Clark, that's a long way out. What a shot.
And that is what Clark does best, and he's also good at celebrating his shots too, and I'm a fan of that.
Well, in the 2 minutes that Liam Forcadia was on the bench, it has been a 5-0 run to the Net Blacks.
Beautiful tip there. There was a tip there by Hines, however, the Net Blacks weren't able to gather it.
Itarua puts that one in. We are currently 13-10 on the quarter score in favour of the Kelpies.
And you can see that the intensity has lifted for both sides. So wanting to leave a good mark for this last quarter.
Tangira just sizing up his options. That one's through the hands. Nikolic cleans up the crumbs. Here's Punchin. Van der Velde. I
don't think we've mentioned that Fogadelia is back on the court. his 2-minute sin bin is up, so he's injected himself straight into the game.
There'll be a contact call there on Dalton. Great take there from Upper. Very strong 2 hands to ball. The New Zealanders finishing with a flourish here. Tangira. Goes to Clark. Rareno had to navigate that one over Viktor Nikolić's fingers. There's 90 seconds on the clock.
Hines does well to get that first phase.
Hines, Rareno. He's going to try and force through some contact. He's able to get things off to Clark. He's going to try and place it to him. He's done well to keep that in court, but a stepping call.
Apisai flying out of the circle, gets called for contact, leaving Tane with the 2-on-1 in the circle.
Apisai trying to break out the Harrison hoist again. Not successful on that occasion. 45 seconds to go. Probably one more centre apiece. Litarua a little quick. If they're quick, the Net Blacks, there might be 2 on offer here. Dalton, great take from Hines.
It was a beautiful take by Hines.
Punch him. Will it be a replay? Yes, it will. Tangira wants to get on with it. There's 25 seconds left here in this third test. Upper. Clark, Hines. Let's come around the corner. 10 seconds. They're going to have to eventually let this go. Nikolić with the swat. The clock may beat them here, the Net Blacks. Clark, he's going to have to let this one go. High arcing shot. That is full time. The Australian Kelpies take the third test. 78 goals to 36 over the New Zealand Net Blacks. They clinch the Trans-Tasman Series for another year. Amarangi, definitely some positive signs there for the New Zealanders, string together some really nice sequences, but the Kelpies, a class outfit.
Yeah, I think the Kelpies came in with, the mindset of winning and probably not giving the Net Blacks an inch, and it really showed tonight. But I think the Net Blacks had awesome passages of play, but the Kelpies were just too dominant across all areas of the court.
Particularly one player that stood out for me, Alistair Punchon, came on in the second half as well. The goal defence really stamped his authority. Great closing speed back into the circle.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right on that one. And I think, the Net Blacks didn't really have an answer for that. And it was, I guess for the Net Blacks, they really need to just stick to the basics. Australia really well known for their man-on marking. So doing the power of work just to get rid of their players. And I thought that the goal defender did really well to put doubt in the shooter's mind. For
the Net Blacks, Elliot Clark looked really comfortable in at goalkeeper. A lot of playmaking and some quality shooting as well.
Yeah, I think Elliot Clark, that's an asset of his back in New Zealand. His ability to turn and shoot from range is an asset, and we've seen that in moments tonight. However, probably the accuracy needed to lift a little bit in this game. But, when you have times where you can't, when there's nothing to lose, I reckon just turn and shoot.
The series now turns to Melbourne for the final test. Thank you so much for joining us all across this week on AMNA TV as we have chronicled another great year of the Trans-Tasman Series, this time in the nation's capital. For David Mills, Renee Pickering, Tanya Anderson, Amarangi Malasala, I'm Sam Glazebrook. We'll see you next time.